Hi. Hello. How are you? Bonjour. Ça va bien? Finalement, Mangaref, tu m'as laissé toutes ces 2 années comme ça. Mais finalement, tu es là. Je suis vraiment ravie et honorée de te voir ici. Voilà la table francophone. Et voilà le Sénégal.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good. Did you arrive safely?
Yes, thank you.
Do you need any help? Just shout.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants from more than 28 African countries, we are so honored and pleased to welcome you to work together with you this entire week on skills, qualifications, frameworks for mutual trust in a changing world. Thank you so much for your effort, for the many kilometers you had to travel to come to Johannesburg, to be together here this entire week. And to start, I'd like immediately to invite for the opening remarks our dear colleagues from the African Union Commission, Emmanuel Okonkwo, Mr. Emmanuel Okonkwo, Mr. Nicholas Oma, and also from CIFA project, Sabina. You are welcome here in front, please, for your initial welcome remarks. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning again. I hope you have rested well and you are ready for this short journey. My name is Nicholas Ouma from the African Union, and it is truly an honor and pleasure for the African Union to welcome you to this capacity building program. I bring you very warm greetings from my director, the Acting Director Hambani Masheleni, and the entire African Union Commission. Masheleni expresses profound appreciation for honoring this invitation to attend this event. And then also from the onset, let me also convey appreciation to our trainers for this event and the ACQF team in general for their commitment in making this a reality. We hope this week will be exciting. We will leave this place refreshed and happy to have gained something from also the experience of those who have been on this road for a long time. I also want to, in a special way, welcome and appreciate the various representatives of national and regional qualification agencies and governments here this morning. Feel most welcome. This opening, as you've heard, is in 3 parts. Mine was to say hello and welcome. And then we want to situate the program ACQF within CIFA, Skills Initiative for Africa. And I take this opportunity to welcome Sabine to say something on this. And then my brother Emmanuel will conclude. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Nicholas. And I think all protocol observe. He always makes sure that I have a safe landing. But also from my side, welcome, bonjour, and hujambo. There are some more languages in the room. I'm very well aware. Excuse me that we cannot go through all of them. But that also leads me to the day we are here and what we are doing. So there are 55 member states, and I'm here in the capacity as the Deputy Program Officer of the Skills Initiative for Africa. And that is a program working together with the African Union Commission and the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD. And the program really has got a lot of different components, so it makes it quite hard to understand where we are coming from, what we are doing. But in the core, it's really looking at how can we get our youth in Africa better employment through education and especially in TVET. So there's a big component that is called the financial contribution to CIFA. It is implemented by KfW through AUDA. And here we are looking at 3 competitive windows. where we look into TVETs and look how can we make it better in Africa and get more people through TVET employed. So the other component is the technical cooperation, and that is also where ACQF is sitting in. Here we are really looking at what are the best practices in Africa? Where are the diamonds? There are so many different kind of institutions trying to find out how can we be better and how do they do this? So we are really exploring in Africa what is working, what is not working, where can we also support and find tools that are available for people in TVET to work. For that, we developed the African Skills Portal for Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship, Aspire, where we look at the different best practices and tools. And one of them, and I'm very humbled to find my friend again from Kenya, we were working on RPL, and that was really a journey that started some years back where, Kenya said, we want to know more. So we had a discussion in Tanzania, and then they thrived. They had a community of practice. They looked left and right, looked at countries that were more advanced, and now they have all the guidelines and they are ready to work. So that's also one very important journey. Then we also have skills anticipation, where we help different countries on labor market issues, but also specifically on skills anticipation. And here also this will be available on Aspire. And last but not least, the ACQF, the African Qualification Framework. I was also humbled to be part of your journey, where you were meeting, discussing. So thank you for this. I think it's an enormous journey that you did in the last years. And welcome here. And I will hand over now to Emmanuel, who would look a little bit more on the policy side on this. So thank you again. Welcome to South Africa, and have a good workshop week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabine. Permit me to also stand on the already established protocol. My name is Emmanuel, and it feels so good to interact with each and every one of you, having done this virtually in the last 2 years. For me, I would like to just very briefly give a little bit of a policy context within which we are situating the African Continental Qualification Framework. Ladies and gentlemen, for us at the AUC, we are fully aware that indeed education is the most important tool for equipping our African citizenry with the knowledge and skills to be able to drive the AU's Agenda 2063. And it is within that particular notion that the first 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063 foresees the development of this continental qualifications framework, a qualification framework being put in place to drive portability of skills across the continent. For us at the AUC, we are much more convinced that the development of this ACQF is an important milestone in reorienting Africa's education systems. Not only its education system, as we've come to realize, training, TVET, being an integral element of this discussion. The ACQF, as a policy instrument, will look and work in complementarity with other continental strategies like the CESA, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the TVET strategy, as well as even other elements like the African Continental Free Trade protocols and all of that. Colleagues, I'm sure you will learn in details about the objective of the ACQF as we go into this program. But I think it's also important for me to already mention that the ACQF, like Eduarda has mentioned, is indeed revolutionary. Revolutionary for the following reasons. Please permit me. You would realize that the ACQF really seeks to contribute contribute to the comparability and transparency of qualifications from all subsectors. Perhaps this is one of those, we've never had this good, that is looking critically at all subsectors of the education ecosystem, thereby facilitating mutual recognitions of diplomas and certificates. It also seeks to ease the African and international mobility of learners on the continent. Not only learners, but also workers. This is also something that we would not find elsewhere. The ACQF indeed also seeks to support lifelong learning, quality assurance based on a learning outcome orientation. But more importantly is the notable objective of involving stakeholders from all sectors, be it the labor market, building shared responsibility. And that is what distinguishes this qualifications framework. This training exercise provides all of us really the opportunity to interact in the development process of this framework. And like Mr. Nicholas said, you continue to rely on the assurance of the African Union Commission to really take this process forward. The agenda is very exhaustive, considering that we'll be doing this for the next 5 days. Let me also join my voice in appreciating the trainers for taking up this opportunity to build our capacity in this very innovative framework. On this note, let me also thank each and every one of you for participating in this training. I thank you so much.
So with that, colleagues, the journey will continue, and after the policy document will finally be developed, the next process will be its adoption by the policy organs, and lastly, implementation. Thank you all for being here, and karibuni sana. Asante.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the African Union Commission, for these opening remarks, for, let's say, setting the scene. And now I'd like to invite immediately our keynote speaker, Dr. Julie Reddy Sakwa. She's going to inspire us for the entire week. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Eduarda, and good morning to you all. It's a tall order, and you can tell me if I've succeeded or failed after you hear me speak. Firstly, I want to extend a special welcome to all our esteemed guests and visiting colleagues from around our beautiful African continent. And thank you, and Eduarda in particular, for inviting me to speak at the second African Continental Qualifications Framework Training Week. The South Africans amongst you and those who are not here, including me, are very pleased that you chose South Africa as the venue for the second training week. What the past few years have taught us is that something as simple as being physically present at an event and the opportunity to physically interact with others can never again be taken for granted. No doubt, all of us here today have had to face and overcome unprecedented and hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime challenge brought on by the global pandemic and various lockdown measures in order for us to continue with our work and our lives. Who could have predicted that we would be so suddenly and unexpectedly thrust into online meetings with people we hadn't met before? It's not the African way, we like to be around people, get to know them. And that the two most popular maxims from these online platforms will not be, "Hi, how are you?" but would be, "You are muted and can you see or hear me?" You remember those? Anyhow, I want to declare up front that I'm a firm believer in qualifications frameworks and would not have accepted to do this welcome speech if I was not. I would like to believe that you too would not have been here if you didn't believe in qualifications frameworks. And must say that in this very fractious world we find ourselves in, it is good to be in a room of believers, at least in qualifications frameworks. We know that qualifications frameworks have gained traction over the years as the preferred system of education and training in countries and regional cooperation around the world. A study SAQA conducted last year shows that of the, sorry, am I blocking it? Oh, okay. Is it better? Okay. Shows that of the 201 UN listed countries, 161 countries around the world base their education and training systems on qualifications frameworks. Of these, 136 have NQFs, while 7 use sectoral qualifications framework and 18 regional qualifications framework. What we need to acknowledge and applaud is that Africa is the first continent that is developing a continental qualifications framework. You deserve a hand for that. So it is a privilege for me to be leading the South African Qualifications Authority that is implementing and advancing one of the first generation NQFs that was only one of 6 qualifications framework established in the 1990s and before. These numbers that I shared with you show that qualifications frameworks can provide a viable and trustworthy construct to not only register credible and quality assured formal qualifications or credits, but also provide an enabling environment and alternative credential mechanisms to recognize other learning attributes and credentials, such as your skills, knowledge, and competencies that are derived from non-formal and informal learning platforms. Equally important is that the use of level descriptors and learning outcomes as universal but contextually relevant constructs in differentiating between qualification types and qualification framework levels has enabled recognition and mutual trust, as the previous speakers have said, of qualification achievements across national education and training systems and has promoted international student mobility. The fact that significant strides have been made in working as a collective to design a continental qualifications framework for Africa and have been adopted and the continent has also adopted regional frameworks such as the SADC qualifications framework is a true testimony of how far we have come in our journey towards mutual trust and adapting to a changing world. It also shows how far countries in our continent have come as an African collective using Ubuntu principles to establish public policy and create their own contextually relevant qualifications framework and credible recognition instruments for mutual trust of learning achievements. Qualification frameworks can be seen as relational devices. The design and implementation of qualifications framework, be it national, regional, and continental, needs strong relationship building, as we are doing here and have done before, collaboration and relational agency and expertise. This is a concept that was introduced to us by Professor Anne Edwards of Oxford University. It is a methodology that we in South Africa find useful to develop the ability to forge and sustain strong working relationships across practice boundaries in contexts of mutual trust. I want to share with you 4 ideas which are central to this concept of relational agency. First, the idea of relational expertise involves additional knowledge and skills over and above specialized core expertise, which is what this week is seeking to do. Second, relational expertise involves understanding and engaging with the motives of others. It allows the expertise and resources offered by others to be surfaced and used. Third, it is useful vertically in authority structures, and it is also relevant for horizontal collaboration across practices at similar levels of authority hierarchies. Lastly, relational expertise respects history, and our history goes a very long way back, but is focused on the common knowledge created through shared understanding of the different motives of those collaborating and going forward. I think it's a very, very important principle in this work that we're doing. So the consultative and mutual learning processes of critical engagement and democratic participation that is being followed to construct the ACQF embodies two very important pillars of qualifications framework development. Qualifications framework can be used as frameworks of communication, collaboration, and coordination across education, training, development, and work, and it can transcend boundaries. We must not forget that this model of qualifications framework of education training is relatively new and are being adopted in many countries to replace privilege and entrenched education systems in many countries that were premised on elitism and rigidity and did not adequately support their needs for education to contribute to their specific repositioning, transformation, and redress agendas. So qualifications framework fulfill the desires of many countries for increased opportunity and access to advanced studies, to promote and encourage lifelong learning and flexible learning pathways. It not only enables qualifications and credit-bearing learning to be more accountable and flexible, but provides mechanism for recognizing achievement, skills, and attributes which are attained beyond the formal academy. The development and implementation of qualifications frameworks, be it national or transnational, is not without its challenges. And I have a few minutes to briefly share some of our observations in South Africa with you. There is a danger in qualifications framework systems of proliferation of qualifications and confusion when a large number of qualifications, and in our case, provider-specific qualifications, are developed and registered on qualifications framework in unregulated ways. This is one of the problems we in South Africa are grappling with and need to address. We are criticized for the complexity of our system and the lexicon which seems to be insiders speak, what the public cannot engage with. And there is pushback and lack of broad understanding in the implementing sectors, our partners in the higher education and the providers of education and training. They do not understand how to use level descriptors and learning outcomes, and there is inconsistency of application in developing learning programs. A strict policy and regulatory regime and confusing and complicated structural arrangements which lead to over-regulation and bureaucracy is a problem. And it begs the question, which I think we must also answer as we are developing the framework and its associated policies. Are policies related to the ACQF designed to keep people out, or to bring them in? Are we gatekeeping? Secondly, the distributive structural arrangements that we have in South Africa have caused confusion about clarity of roles and responsibility and authority and accountability. The global nomenclature is confusing and disruptive. Credentials and micro-credentials, which in the global north equals qualifications and partial studies or credits? What learning gets recognized and by whom? What is articulation and flexible learning pathways? Is there alignment and parity of STEAM between occupational and vocational qualification types and long-standing higher education, and this in the vocational qualification types and long-standing higher education qualifications types? Our different understandings of RPL, CAT, credit accumulation and transfer, and new ways of assessing, especially when it comes to non-formal and informal learning, and the resistance to making this learning visible and to recognize it, especially in the higher education academy. How to recognize learning that is not credit-bearing and that does not lead to a qualification or credit, is not part of a formal quality assurance and accreditation system. What criteria can we apply to give us assurance that we can recognize that learning and that they meet some minimal standard? Where do professional designations, licensing issued by professional bodies fit into qualifications frameworks, given a lot of the licensing titles are designations and titles and not qualifications? What exactly does referencing do in terms of evaluating and recognizing qualifications and achievements across national education systems? The issue of mutual recognition based on substantive differences and equivalences. I'm almost done, Eduarda. My last question is, in our noble endeavors to link qualifications to the world of work, we must not confirm the criticism we get in the neoliberal space that we are producing job descriptions, qualifications and learners we are producing them for the world of work and for the economy and not meeting the social needs of our learners. We must guard against commodification and loss of agency of learning and the sale of digital products, which, you know, what learners own as their skills and attributes and learnings and credentials are now being sold at a fee to them in order for it to be recognized. So the development of the ACQF as a transnational qualifications framework reflects not only the growing importance of learner skills, knowledge, and other attributes and labor mobility, but also the importance of facilitating cross-border policy convergence. Many of our countries who have developed and are implementing qualifications framework would affirm that our frameworks is oftentimes not that easy or straightforward to implement. And therefore, it is important to accept that this framework should not be set in stone. I know James Keevy, who is one of our key proponents, is always reminding us about that. It must be a living construct that is adaptable to change and renewal that is being demanded by global trends, or will become obsolete. Those of us who are here today and committed to realizing the adoption of the ACQF as an overarching framework must accept also that the development and implementation of your own country frameworks, as well as the ACQF, will prove to be a lengthy and ongoing process in most countries and regions. The South African journey over the past 26 years was memorably summarized in its early years by one of our civil society partners and critics, Gino Govender from the National Union of Mine Workers, who framed the South African framework as no quick fixes for the fractured and unequal education system we inherited from our pre-democracy regime. This platform being provided in the second learning week to share good practice models and lessons learned from other qualifications framework and experts and practitioners in the space is a commendable one. And I encourage you to make the best use of your learning journey this week to not only champion your country qualifications framework, but the African continental qualifications framework. Let's be the first again in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this inspiring speech. Yes. I'm very happy with your speech because you have addressed so many questions that we have on the agenda, and the points mutual trust and changing transformation are so clearly highlighted. Thank you.
I would have needed the week to share, but I didn't want to bore you.
So your speech will be distributed.
Yeah, I'll just have to correct it. I was still writing it this morning. I was in Cape Town till the weekend working on our refugee qualifications project, but I will send it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Am I dismissed now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I need the slide, the clicker, if it's not here. So colleagues, I'd like to remind all that we have a hybrid event, and we have currently about something like 70 participants online also joining us together. And I want to ask everybody in this room to say hi to our colleagues joining online.
You can use this one if you want to move around.
And this is the clicker. Yes. Thank you. So thank you so much. Because it is a hybrid event, it has also some specificities in technical terms. So we hope it all goes well, especially with the first presentations. So we are still getting acquainted with some of the specificities of the hybrid event. You have all received the agenda. You know we have 5 days, intensive work. And in this session, we are going to speak and look into the agenda, the working methods, the main topics. But we start with an introduction. So I think our colleagues in the Zoom production are going to show us a slide with the credentials and the QR code to connect to this Mentimeter, in which you are going just to write your country and your name and country, and then we have a cloud with everybody who is now with us on site and online. Okay, so you can simply point your mobile phone to the QR code. Participants online also the same, and there will be a question. Very simple, your name and your country. Just write your first name and your country. And then I see that several people are already replying. So in the end, we have a cloud with all the names, all countries present in this second training week. Now I see already 83 participants. It's growing, the number of people who have joined. It's quite, are you managing? Is it complicated? Or you can, from your computers, you can also use the go to Menti.com and the code. But the simplest is just to use the QR code from your mobile phone. And some colleagues from Seychelles are also writing in the chat box who they are. Let us give another 2 minutes to this introduction. Some participants are continuing to write in the chat box. Then those who are online can simply click the link that is now in the chat box and you get to that question. Okay, good. Well, so we already have here many results. Great. We have Andrea from Australia joining. She's going to speak soon. We have Maria Chimpolo, Angola. Olá, Maria, tudo bem? Many Angolan participants. Ethiopia, also a number. Senegal. We have the entire NCTVA, Sierra Leone. Somalia. We also have from the European Commission, Alexis. Welcome, Alexis.
Olá, Eduardo, bom dia.
Olá, tudo bem? Afinal, estamos juntos.
Exatamente.
Maxwell. Ghana. Maxwell, we have been working 2 years online and now you are here. Good. Okay, I think we could have a good view of many people from different countries who are not in the room, as well as many here sitting in the room. They have shared their name and organization. We have from Senegal also another participant. Thank you. Okay, so you can continue, please, writing your name and country, and this will be part of the documents in any case of the event. As you know, this event is being recorded. All these video recordings are going to be uploaded as soon as possible in the event webpage. Okay, it works. So welcome again, all colleagues. So let us then take a look briefly at our agenda and the linkages we try to establish through this agenda. First of all, of course, be informed that we are using the 3 languages in the presentations in this program. So for example, this afternoon, we will have a presentation in Portuguese. Tomorrow as well in Portuguese. Then later we have also in French. Abdoulaye Salifou is going to do one part of his presentation in French. We have Matthias from Cameroon also speaking in French. So it's important that you try to use the interpretation devices. And thanks obviously to our interpretation team for all this important work. What are the objectives of this training week? So as you very well know, skills, qualifications, frameworks for mutual trust in a changing world. That's the big topic, let's say. And important is these combinations: change, adapt, strengthen for sustainability. So this week is intended to help us all refresh and deepen knowledge and understanding on linkages of components, themes, of qualifications, frameworks, and systems, to share practical cases, experiences for increased mutual trust, to motivate and encourage countries to develop and implement their national qualifications framework and systems. And this is a very important objective of this week. Many countries here sitting are in the first stages, first steps, and this is going to encourage them, to motivate them to go further. So we hope to have a pool of trained persons from public institutions who can also then at home work with their working groups, different departments. And of course, explore innovative approaches, tools, methods, supporting the adaptation of skills and qualifications frameworks and systems to new demands of our changing world. And naturally learn more about ACQF. And thank you very much again, Julie, for all the points you have made about ACQF, and let's be the first again. You have seen on the wall there a poster with a number of definitions. This will also be distributed as just an individual A4 page, and it contains many of these definitions, notions that are going to be recalled, explored further during this program. So the people, as always, the most important. So in the book of speakers, and you have this book of speakers in available, accessible in the event web page. We have short bios and pictures of all the people involved. So let us list ACQF trainers, alphabetic order: Andrea Bateman, Colleen Jafta, myself, Eduarda Eusebius, Juma Mukwana, Fidelis Chilo, James Muewa, Miriam Chiaba, Olavo Correia, and Rebecca Purcell-Gotts. She's going to speak on Friday online. And then we have very honorable guest speakers, and they are, first of all, from Botswana. Very pleased to have you, Sergio. She's going to speak on Friday, about Botswana Qualifications Register, a very dynamic experience. We have Matthias Bonongo from Cameroon. He's going to talk with us about RPL, la VAE au Cameroon. Then we have Alberto Landim and Paula Leite from Cape Verde. They are going to share with us the experience of recognition and digitalization of recognition processes in ARES, Cape Verde. Jens Bjornavold is going to speak with us later today about comparison of qualifications and qualifications frameworks. Laura Veza is going to tell us about ESCO and how ESCO can be used for development, to support development of qualifications, standards, and curricula. Koen Nomden from European Commission will tell us about the European Digital Credentials for Learning. Sagal Abdullah and Dr. Kebedet Segaya are going to share with us the new regional qualifications framework of IGAD. And you have the table IGAD here, very well complete with so many participants, all these countries. Welcome. Michael Mawa, Professor Michael Mawa from IUCA is going to tell us about ASGQA. He's going to speak online on Thursday. Then tomorrow we have an innovative practice of labor market information using artificial intelligence, Mauro Pelucchi. We have then, of course, SAQA representatives. We started already with Julie this morning now, but then on Thursday we will have the team here in this room, not in form of a study visit, telling us more about the NQF, the governance, and the future, the new perspectives of SAQA and the NQF South Africa. And finally, last but not least, les derniers sont les premiers. We have Abdoulaye Salifou, UNESCO, who is going to tell us about the two recognition conventions, ADIS and Global. So these are our speakers. Thank you and welcome. So other people who have contributed to this event, as you can imagine, this means a lot of different contributions. So content coordination, management, and creation of content, it is ETF and the ACQF experts. You also know our heroic Darshana Bana, who has been organizing all the logistics and travel arrangements, who brought us all, you all here. Then we have three Opino, Erica and Julia, working on the Zoom and hybrid production management. Here in the room, we have the technical AV team upstage, a company from South Africa. Thank you very much for all this work. And again, last but not least, the interpretation team led by Timothy Tieko. So these are the other people involved and contributing. The agenda is a roadmap. And because I knew that Senegal is here with us, and is sitting here, is the single representative, I put this picture of that very much reminds Senegal, I think, for the learning journey. So we have 5 days, 5 hours a day, more or less, 32 sessions, but this includes, of course, open, enclosure, polls, and Q&A sessions. We have 18 key thematic sessions, 7 country and regional African cases. We have 3 working group sessions, practical application. We have the 9 ACQF trainers and 11 guest speakers, as we just saw. You will see that throughout the agenda, throughout the sessions, we often refer to this image, to this picture. It's the idea that we have developed in the various contents and thematic materials of ACQF, and they are all expressed, for example, in the 10 ACQF training modules, the idea of NQF in a systemic view, not separated, not working in isolation. It doesn't work in isolation. I think Julie was also making this point in different words. So this model is going to be very well explored later in session 5 and further. So in our agenda, we tackle most of the themes that you see here in this model. So the institutional setting and stakeholders, qualification specification standards, credit accumulation and transfer system, qualifications database register. We have a case of Botswana as well. Quality assurance of qualifications and provision, RPL, validation, non-formal and informal learning, monitoring and evaluation research, and outreach visibility to users a little bit less this time, but still there. So all these topics are addressed in the various sessions. Then, as already said, you find in the 10 ACQF training modules, they are all available online. All these topics are explored and linked together. In the session 5 today, you will see we will address most of them, but then each one will be further unpacked and packaged or unpacked and deepened throughout the 5 days training program. So this is the road, this time without Baobab, just a scheme. So day 1 today is the NQF systemic view, building and governance of NQFs. This afternoon shared between two geniuses, Olavo, speaking in Portuguese, by the way, and Dr. Mukwana speaking about governance. Comparing NQFs, that's the first day. The day 2 is more about qualifications themselves, learning outcomes, level descriptors, develop qualifications, and labor market intelligence. And we have a country case to start the day. It is Ethiopia National Qualifications Framework, and our colleagues are going to share with us this new development. Day 3 is on validation of learning in general terms. And this means RPL, CATs, and also we will have registers of qualifications, and in the end, the ESCO as one taxonomy that it can be very helpful. And here we have, to start the day, the regional case IGAD QF, Sagal and Dr. Tebede will share with us and this new experience, and Cameroon, VAE, as well as Kenya, CATS will also be presented as country cases. On the day 4, we have then recognition of qualifications, the very important topic and aspiration, I think, of all countries and regions, and quality assurance. So country cases, we will have Cape Verde also, as I said already earlier, and then in the afternoon, we have the concrete experience of South African National Qualifications Framework by the SAQA team. And then the final day, in the final day, we have 2 main topics, if we can say. One is monitoring and evaluation in the context of national qualifications frameworks, very important. This is also the concrete subject of one of our training modules. And I want to thank James, by the way, Jet Education Services, for the important contribution to develop this training module, and also another one on innovation and technology. The country case to start the day is Botswana Register of Qualifications. Thanks, Sergio. And then the final is, of course, the digital certificate for attendance. We have, of course, this day also very concrete practical application cases. So how are we going to work? As already mentioned, we have, of course, presentations. We have working groups with assignments, questions, specific questions. We have, of course, the use of the chat box for Zoom participants, polls, and then Q&A, written questions. Let me say a few words about Q&A. So online participants, please use the Zoom chat facility, and on-site participants here in the room, for short clarification questions after each session, please ask. But in the interest of time, let us then use the following approach for more elaborated analytical questions. Please write them. You have cards on each of the tables. Write your more elaborated questions that demand more time. We put them all, we visualize, and then on the first session of the day after, or the last session of that day, we address those more elaborated questions that require more time. I hope this is a good way to go, also in the interest of time. Today, just to finalize session 4 on main concepts on occupation skills classifications, session 5 will be focused on NQF, systemic view and global trends. Session 6 in the afternoon, it's a 1.5 session with half an hour practical exercise, building and governing the NQF, systemic view always. And session 7, comparing qualifications in NQFs, CDFOP research and online tools to deal with this over many years. And so now we move directly, Erika, please, to session 4. And I'm also doing that session. Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. Yeah, in this session, we want to just recall and maybe address some new concepts or also information on tools and taxonomies. And we want to make this important point that actually Dr. Julie Reddy already mentioned. Qualifications, jobs, and are not jobs and are not occupations. This must be very clear. So let us address now some of these points. Okay. So, in a perspective of an ecosystem work and learn, we highlight the linkages between occupations, skills, qualifications frameworks, and future-ready lifelong learning for skilled people, for society, social needs, and economy. It is for effective utilization of skills in society instead of underutilization that often is occurring. It is for matching employment, skills, qualifications. In the ongoing period of great transformation, more workers will need to adapt to change because of new jobs, changed skill profile of jobs, automation, digitalization, being so many new requirements. And then there is this important question of skills adjacency. It's an important question for policymakers and for the individuals. And the questions are, where can workers go with their current portfolio of skills when the labor market is changing? What are the critical skills workers need to develop and to adapt to change? What are career progression possibilities, linking skills to changing occupational requirements? So the world of work is very diverse. The world of occupations and jobs is very diverse. Many types of occupations requiring different levels, types of skills. These skills can be occupational, job specific, they can be basic, transversal, and so on. And also many policy issues that are linked with this diversity. Skills mismatch is an important policy issue. Skills gaps, shortage, over and under qualification or skilling, different but important policy issues. The existing classifications, taxonomies of occupations and skills, international ones, can be very helpful in addressing, in thinking and researching, analyzing. And here we are mentioning the International Standard Classification of Occupations 08 of ILO, the important international standard classification of occupations that everybody in principle knows. Then there is the European Skills, Competences, Occupations and Qualifications Taxonomy Classification, and Onet, US. There are, of course, national classifications. Often they are somehow related, hopefully, with ISCO 08. So what does ISCO 08 tell us about jobs and occupations? Jobs are a set of tasks or duties performed by a person for an employer or in self-employment. Whereas occupations are a wider notion, a wider concept. It's the kind of work performed in a job. A set of jobs whose main tasks and duties are characterized by a high degree of similarity. In any case, jobs and occupations are not qualifications. That's important to bear in mind. Well, the ILO ISCO 08 is, as you know, structured in these 9 fundamental groups. They are all listed here: managers, professionals, technicians and associate professionals, clerical support workers, up to elementary occupations, the 9th group. And each one of these groups is obviously more granularly structured up to digit 4. So there are here more than 400 occupations listed in the ISCO 08. The presentation contains also the link. You can explore, navigate, and know more directly from the website. There are other classifications and taxonomies, and one of them is the ESCO. We will just very briefly address it here in this presentation. In session 20, then we have a more detailed presentation, and then we have Onet, United States, a very interesting, important program and database. Some participants online are asking whether the presentation is available. Yes, Dr. Jenene from Ethiopia, yes, all presentations are available in the event web page under materials, all of them.
Okay, thank you.
So, thanks. So what is ESCO? So the ESCO classification identifies and categorizes skills, competences and occupations relevant for the EU labor market and education and training. And it systematically shows relationships between the different concepts, and that's a very important element for the use by machine learning powered applications. It's available in 28 languages, including Arabic, and there are very interesting recent developments this year as a new ESCO portal, a new version of the ESCO entire taxonomy with many novelties in terms of the skills taxonomy. Important also to say that all public employment services in the European Union member states and other countries around are now adopting ESCO or crosswalking their own classifications with ESCO. There is a lot of international cooperation exactly to find coherence and convergence of concepts and tools as written on the slide. So, and also in just a few words, ESCO works a bit like a dictionary describing, identifying, classifying professional occupations and skills. And it's a tool that was created to communicate, to improve the communication between labor market, education and training, to reduce noise in the labor market, to exchange information on supply and demand. And it can be then used, as we will see then on Wednesday, in a very useful manner for those developing standards, for example, or competency standards. There is a lot of information that is very useful in ESCO and easy to access. This is the last slide about ESCO. And here you can see the content of the ESCO ecosystem. So the version 1.1 launched this year contains 3,008 occupations, 13,890 skills. It's available in 28 languages. For example, it contains 500 transversal skills. It contains green skills. It's kind of useful for you to take a look at it. It can be downloaded. If anyone is interested, there is technical assistance to support. There are then, in terms of the user experience, the 3 data formats, APIs, online fora, linked open data, and it is of course free of charge. Now let us look at Onet, the United States Onet program. So it is the country primary source of occupational information. We know that data, valid data, is essential to understanding the rapidly changing nature of work and how this change impacts the workforce and of course the economy in general terms. So central to the Onet program is the Onet database. It contains hundreds of standardized and occupation-specific descriptors on almost a little bit more than 1,000 occupations covering the entire US economy. Naturally, this database is also accessible online, publicly, at no cost, and is constantly updated. For those who are interested, we have simply here some screenshots and also links so that you can navigate. If you look up, for example, the Onet Resource Center, you can see there is information available for different needs. Are you interested in knowing, for example, the science behind Onet? Are you interested to know about what is Onet in practical terms? Also, if you want to know about the Onet data collection, the information is there. So link up with the Onet, Resource Center, Onet online, to explore, simply to explore. All of you who are interested in occupations, tasks, and skills by occupations. So this is the structure of Onet. So it is in generic terms, this is the version 2019, the most updated. It's structured in 33 major groups, 98 minor groups, 459 broad occupations, and in total, Onet contains 1,016 occupations. A small part only of the database contains titles only without data. So 923 occupations are there with a lot of information. Are you interested to know about one specific occupation? Find occupation in the Onet online. Find occupations, and you have here, as you see, very easy menu to search. And interestingly, there is a sort of categorization there on top. For example, occupations with a bright outlook, occupations for career information, job, family, industry, etc. So you have different ways to access the information you want. Then go to the occupational listings, and here you can see very well structured major group, minor group, broad occupation, detailed occupation, and then all the titles. Click the titles of the different occupations, the ones that are of interest for you, and you get a lot of information, starting, for example, with this brief description of the occupation. That is already a good orientation when you start thinking about qualifications, education and training that would target this description of the different occupations. And then by occupation, and this is now the last slide, by occupation, you can then click again and find a very detailed kind of card, occupational card, in which you find occupation outlook, the technology skills, the occupational requirements, so the work activities, detailed work activities. Then you continue, and of course this is just a screenshot of a part, the skills, the qualifications required, and a lot of information also on salary and prospects in the labor market. So this is all available on the Onet online. This is very useful information for everybody interested in looking at linkages with the labor market. If we look quickly now at skills and competences, again, very quickly, trying to be very quick in the presentation. What are skills? According to OECD, it's a bundle of knowledge, attributes, and capacities that can be learned and can enable individuals to successfully and consistently perform an activity or task, and can be built upon and extended through learning. That's a definition. Another one, and I'm going to take just a part of it, skills means the ability to apply knowledge and use know-how to complete tasks and solve problems. Skills can be cognitive, practical, and so on. This is another definition. And competence is somehow linked, means the proven ability to use knowledge, skills, and personal, social, and methodological abilities in work or study situations, and in professional and personal development. This was just to recall a little bit these notions. There are many types of skills, and this slide here is based on the UNESCO TVET TVETpedia. There is a glossary, very interesting, with an enormous long listing of types of skills. And this is just, there's a summary, a part of that list of skills. They are all defined. You can click and you get all the definitions. What are basic skills? What are emerging skills? The generic skills, green skills, what is this? Hybrid skills, how do I work with this? Yes, also the users are indicated in the Univoc and TVET pedia. So you can see, for example, how to use in research, in analysis, and also policy thinking related with skills shortage, skills analysis, skills gap, skills utilization rate, underskilling, upskilling, reskilling. So one are types of skills, the other one uses. A very brief, I just wanted to pay attention to four terms. The one, I start with green skills because it's a part of our survival, let's say, of as a humankind. So green skills, abilities needed to live in and develop and support a society which aims to reduce the negative impact of human activity on the environment. And so it is said that all of you, all of us need to work on including green skills in our qualifications, in our education and training. It can also be defined as technical skills, knowledge, values, and attitudes needed in the workforce to develop and support sustainable social, economic, and environmental outcomes in business, in the industry, and the community. I wanted to make this point about green skills to start. Then transversal skills, we will look at transversal skills right after. Multi-skilling, hybrid skills, also an important one, hybrid skills. A mixture of the skills and knowledge possibly from different disciplines and generally required in sectors applying high technology. For example, data science, hybrid skills, very required. Multi-skilling, training of workers in a number of skills which enables them to perform a variety of tasks, functions across traditional boundaries. Can be broad skilling, horizontal or vertical upskilling, or diagonal contributory skilling. Okay, very brief, let's say, about transversal skills. This is a model developed by the European Qualifications Framework very recently, result of an intense work of consultation, research on transversal skills and competences. It's called the TSC model. So the focus is transversal skills and competences. So this is available, the initial document paper is available, can be shared. So why transversal skills? Why this topic? Well, yes, in a world facing rapid technological and social change, and here I just use the words of Dr. Julie Reddy, transversality and implied transferability is seen as increasingly important. So transversal skills and competences, that's a definition, are learned and proven abilities which are commonly seen as necessary or valuable for effective action in virtually any kind of work, learning, or life activity. They are transversal because they are not exclusively related to any particular context, job, occupation, academic discipline, and so on. And so this model that is represented in that scheme, I know it is a bit difficult to understand, I'll try to explain, is based on 6 main categories. And yes, and the categories are the core, I'm trying to use this, yes. So the core skills and competences here in the middle, self-management skills and competences, thinking, physical and manual skills and competences, social and communication, and life here on top, life skills and competences. I know a person in this room who likes life skills. It is Nicholas. So each category is unpacked in clusters, and these clusters are unpacked then in concepts. It's very important also to bear in mind the relationships between these concepts. Why is this all important? It's important in let's say, renewing the thinking about how these transversal skills can and should be included or can be thought differently in terms of curriculum, in terms of qualifications and standards. For example, processing information there is a concept, whereas environment is, yes, a cluster. After, I'm not going into detail, you have this presentation you can look up. So here are just the 6 clusters again indicated, listed. Each cluster has concepts. And this here is just a mind map, for example, of one of those clusters, thinking, skills and competences. You can see the clusters, and here the more granular part, here are the concepts. Quickly. There are regional, of course, also and international frameworks, competences frameworks, and you have also the possibility to access, to look up and get to learn more about these competences frameworks. In the UNESCO Asia Pacific, there is ERINET's framework on transversal competencies in education policy and practices from 2015, and in the European Union, all these different frameworks, key competences for lifelong learning. Maybe some of you are well acquainted with this. Then entrepreneurship competence framework, digital competence framework 2.0, DIGCOMP, the green competences, European Sustainability Competence Framework, and also a new one, LifeComp. I think this could be interesting for Nicholas, who likes life skills. And this, of course, without detail, just a very brief overview. The DIGCOMP, Digital Competences Framework 2.2, is structured in 5 main categories, and then each one of the categories has all those different topics, indicators in a way. So information and data literacy, it is the first category. Communication and collaboration in terms of digital. Digital content creation, third. Then the fourth is safety, a very important category nowadays, and problem solving, very practical, important. And the DIGCOM, Digital Competence Framework 2.2, is also structured in levels of proficiency, 8 levels. And to finalize, this is a very brief overview of this new framework called Green Comp. It consists of 12 competences. They are indicated in bold in the frame there in the list, and they are organized, these 12 competences, in 4 areas. The 4 areas are embodying sustainability values, including those competences, then embracing complexity in sustainability with those 3 competences. A third area is envisioning sustainable futures. And the 4th one is acting for sustainability. For example, political agency, collective action as main competences. And with this, I complete this presentation. We will have now directly move towards session 5, in which we are going to explore all the topics and themes and linkages related with qualifications. What are qualifications? Qualifications frameworks, and national and regional. So thank you very much. If you have questions, please use your cards to write down your questions. Or if you have immediate questions just for clarification, please ask them. And online participants, now we have already 105 participants. Online participants will now have also the possibility, they also have the possibility to write in the chat box any comments and any questions. Actually, we have many already comments in the chat box. Thank you very much. Now, thank you. Now we have a move directly to session 5 on qualifications frameworks, overview, and global trends. And now the remote control is given to Australia, where our colleague Andrea Bateman is sitting, and this presentation is shared. So I'm going to do certain parts on global trends, and Andrea is going to start immediately. Andrea, welcome. Very good to see you and to learn now from your part of the presentation. I hope, Andrea, you have already the remote control to start.
I think you start,
don't you, Andrea? Erika,
can you
check?
Yes, Andrea, you need to just click on your arrows or with your mouse, because, okay, now you should be able to go ahead.
Yes, you need to take the, okay, thank you. Andrea, welcome.
Okay, thank you. I am now just flicking back slightly, just to make sure that I've got everything. So this is the overview. You should see it here now. So there's an introduction, starting notes. I'll look at the systematic view of NQFs, and then looking at the trends in the world and also the ACQF development. There's also an overview of NQFs in Europe. And then we're going to look at the structures of an NQF, recognition and validation and certification, phases of an NQF, and micro-credentials. So there's a lot of information coming through in this session. As you heard, Eduarda and I will be sharing this. So thank you, Africa, for letting me speak tonight and sharing the work with you and with Eduarda. And I also apologise for my Australian accent because it's not always very good, and I need to go slow. So main definitions. So I think it's important that, and Eduarda mentioned that there's definitions in the room, but we need to look at what a qualifications framework is and how they work and how they function. Qualifications to me are tools to explain the qualification types that are issued within a country. They need to be open and they need to be able to be changed. Nothing's set in stone. So everything can remain relevant. And I would see NQFs as being reviewed regularly. The governance of an NQF is also important, and this comes up in further sessions today. But for me, the NQF belongs to everybody. It doesn't belong to one particular organisation. They may manage it for people, but it is on behalf of everybody. So I see it as a very, as a tool that will bring people together. It'll bring different sectors together, and it should enable pathways and movement of your citizens. So you know that there's more information around qualifications and credentials. Things are moving in that direction. There's work coming through, as you know, on digital credentials. Qualifications also support access and inclusion. I see them very much as an access and equity tool, progression, transparency, and being able to compare your qualifications and types to another country's qualifications and types. And I use the word types quite carefully, and I'll refer to those later. Qualifications can be inclusive and comprehensive. Qualifications have varying scopes, and we'll talk about that as we move forward. And we certainly are talking about digitalisation of qualifications and credentials. There's a little bit of delay between me clicking and things happening. So this is the diagram that Eduarda showed you earlier. And we spent a lot of time on this diagram trying to work out how best to describe it. And it does take a little bit of effort, but one of the things that we both wanted to show was that the national qualification is within your qualification system, and it's linked to all other structures and functions. And we tried to show that in this diagram that you can see in front of you. And I probably won't go into great detail, but you can actually see them quite clearly, that there is linkages. And really, once I start to talk about linkages, you could have arrows going everywhere. It is very much a process. And then in these, we've got a definition of the framework. The presentation just before, and I know Edward jumped over it because she knew we were going to cover it again here. You will see that there is a definition for an NQF. What is it? It is a policy instrument. And it's a policy instrument that, as I said, describes your qualification. So what's a qualification? A qualification is a formal outcome of an assessment and validation process. And so that's something that you can take away with you, and you can, it could be a document, but it's also confirmation of what you've achieved. In Australia, we use the qualification to define the design, what we've actually designed, and what you receive. So sometimes it's not always clear what a qualification means. And when I work with countries developing NQFs, I quite strongly talk to them about what is a qualification for you. How are you going to define that? Will that vary to the certificate you get, or the document, or the diploma, or the parchment, or whatever you might call it? How are you going to define these things? So quite often for me in a this NQF development phase, this will be quite some serious conversations. We also talk about learning outcomes. There's going to be a lot of conversations about learning outcomes through the week, but there's statements of what a learner knows, understands, and is able to do at the completion of a learning process. And it can be documented in your qualification, and it's what you also achieve. So you can, some people talk about achieved learning outcomes. On the left-hand side again, we talk about a national qualification system. And this is the system that pertains to your qualifications. It is the overarching qualification system, and it more than likely sits inside a broader education and training system. I wish I was in front of you, because then I could wave my arms and point at things. But at this point in time, I see the qualification system with inside. And this is where we talk about the scope of a qualification system. Because not all of your education system may have qualifications. So I'm thinking primary schooling, lower schooling, what I call kindergarten, preschooling. They do not appear in our qualification system because we don't issue a qualification. It's not to say we don't have curriculum, not to say we don't have a whole framework of learning, but no qualification is issued. We have also what we talk about, and you will know this now, I know, what is a regional qualifications framework. So this is where you have an understanding across a region. And it may be a region that may not be next to each other, but maybe there may be commonalities. But quite often it is a region, and you have multiple regional ones, and we're now talking about the continental one. This one is, for me, regional frameworks do not impinge on national frameworks. They should support, potentially inform, but I talk about them as being it has no influence. It should not force any influence. It may influence it because you do see them. Once you get a regional qualifications framework, countries who don't have a qualifications framework will more than likely replicate it in some way in terms of the number of levels and how the levels are described. We also talk about levels and level descriptors. And level descriptors are how we describe the level of learning complexity. And I say that very carefully. It's about the level of learning complexity of within your national qualifications framework. And these are the main definitions that we've agreed to within our guides and our training modules in which we're using today. I'm just trying to move it on. So we talk about national qualifications frameworks. We talk about how you can use these frameworks to compare and contrast other frameworks, encouraging countries to think about national policy. Australia is in review. We've had a review. We're pushing forward with that review and talking about, well, how are we going to articulate or talk about our policies? How can our framework strengthen, for example, recognition of prior learning? Have we lost that in our various iterations? Australia's framework is very old. Have we lost that influence? Do we need to revisit it? So we're talking about things like that. Learning outcomes help us describe not only the levels of complexity of our framework, but they also are embedded in our qualifications, either at qualification level, program level, excuse me, and at what I call component or unit level. So learning outcomes are seen as really important as a way of being able to describe what we've learned or will learn. It also facilitates the recognition of prior learning if you assess against those learning outcomes. So just moving on. We've talked about it being a policy instrument, and you can see some of the diagrams on the left, and we talk about transparency and progress. There are over about 150 qualification frameworks national in the world, and they vary from what we sometimes call comprehensive, which would include all post-secondary sectors, and would include secondary and potentially lower primary schooling. Not all comprehensives will include all levels of schooling. And then sometimes you get frameworks quite often in the TVET sector or a higher education sector that are completely unique in themselves. And it quite often then starts to seek, there's pushes movement towards a more unified NQF. And then you have sectoral ones, which I call around professional bodies or professional scope. Overall, there are approximately 17 meta frameworks, regional frameworks, with more coming on board as we speak, including the African continental. But the research that Eduardo led, if I may say that way, Eduardo, gives you a list of all the qualifications, regional qualifications, either in consideration mode through to full implementation. So with Poland, you can see that there's a structure of the NQF. I'm sorry, I'm just wondering if there's an issue with my sound.
No, Andrea, not at all. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. That's great, thank you. I just need to click one more. So you can see that the Polish, you can see the European framework, you can then see the Polish framework, and then you can see the sectoral frameworks, and there's draft frameworks coming on board. So if you follow Poland's developments, you will see this occurring. Okay, regional qualification frameworks usually have just level frameworks, level descriptors. They do not have qualification types or qualifications generally attached to them in almost all instances. Nearly all regional frameworks will have a set of agreed. Hi, I've just unmuted myself. So a regional framework will include principles, practices, procedures, and they're agreed. And the main purpose of a regional framework is to create a translation device 4 different member states to compare their frameworks with each other. Rather than working on a bilateral process, they work through the translation device. And the translation device is here. And this is how we kind of describe it. You see various versions of this. In the middle, we have a 10-level regional framework. So that's a brown one. On the left-hand side, we have a 10-level national framework. On the right-hand side, we had an 8-level national framework. And what this is trying to show you is that, for example, level 4 on the right-hand side, green national, is equivalent to level 5 on the 10-level framework, which is equivalent to the left on level 5 and 4. So if I was in country on the right-hand side, I would know that my level 4 qualifications are very similar to levels 4 and 5 on the other side. And that is without doing a bilateral conversation. I can see it through this translation device in the middle. So that is the broader view. Now, when we talk about a qualification system, it's all the processes that we use. So it really is made up of your NQF and your quality assurance processes and other things that attach to it, which may be skills recognition, linking education and training to the labour market, civil society. Qualification systems can be coherent, but sometimes they can be a little bit messy. I sometimes say you should be able to describe your qualification system on a whiteboard. You should be able to describe, and if you can't do that, you try and do it by sector. You should be able to describe your qualifications types, your framework, and how you quality assure them. It should be able to be done. And if you can make it coherent, then it strengthens both your system, but it also strengthens your NQF. That linkage is incredibly important. Oops. Yes. So what's a qualification? It's your formal outcome. It may be, it's termed here as at what you receive, and it can sometimes be called a certificate or a diploma or a parchment. We call it a testament. But there's 2 definitions there. One is what you receive. The other one is what I call the specifications. What is it about your qualification? How is it? How long will it run for? Or what will be its volume? What are its components? What's the rules that are adhered to it? Is there any requirements around trainers or educators? All this should be in the specifications. And you can see this already in a number of legislations and decrees. I'm just trying to bring all these up so that we can see them. Okay, so within your world of work and education and training, you do have employment activities, you do have skills development. Skills development will end in a qualification, will then give people an opportunity to work and be employed. An old colleague of mine, and I know James is in the room, once wrote that qualifications discriminate. And they do, they discriminate between the people who do have them and the ones that don't. The point is access and equity. We want people to have qualifications to provide them with better work opportunities, promotion, flexibility within their employment life. So there's a whole lifelong learning discussion going on here. And qualifications are informed by the labour market, but the labour market can also be the I sometimes say community. There are community needs, there are community aspirations. So it's not always necessarily labour that will drive a qualification, but we do then have qualification standards. We design programs to meet that qualification specification. We deliver it, we assess, certify, and then we monitor and evaluate that qualification. So there is a cycle, there is a life. And there's an abundance of literature here that you can see, and which you can link on, and it will take you directly to those sites on frameworks. The systematic view, I'm going to now move into. So this is about NQFs not working in isolation. And we talked about this before. They are so integrated that there should be arrows going all over the place. I almost wanted to do a spider's web once before, and actually, because that's how I felt it would look. It needed to have all the tentacles going all over the place. But very simply, the NQF informs and isn't attached to every aspect that you can see on this wheel. Okay, so I want you to look at that. You can see there was credit. The keynote speaker talked about credit and accumulation. That's in here. We talked about recognition of prior learning, which is recognition of non-formal and informal learning. We've talked about quality assurance, which is down the bottom. We've talked about qualification specifications. There's a relationship to databases, registers, and you will see some of this today, and you'll see it through the rest of the week. So NQF inform and are informed by all of this area. And I'm going to move on and pass it over to, I think, Eduarda. There, thank you. Eduarda, it's yours.
A few minutes just to take a look at trends in the world focus, in this case, Africa and Europe. We already said, Dr. Julie Reddy started by mentioning that there are over 150 qualifications frameworks in the world. So this is just an overview based on analysis of 87 country reports for the global inventory of national and regional qualifications frameworks. The current inventory that is going to be published soon. As you know, this global inventory is updated every 2 years, and it is done jointly by a number of organizations, UNESCO, ETF, CDFOP being the most important. As you can see, in this case, because it is a focus on 87 out of 150, we have here the coverage of distribution of national qualifications frameworks by world region. But this picture is, of course, not totally up to date. This is data that was collected already in 2020. And currently, there are many more qualifications frameworks that need to be considered on the African continent. This is another interesting, let's say, view on the stage of operationalization, stage of development, let's say, of the various national qualifications frameworks of this sample of 87 countries. And we can see here that a large majority is considered as operational stage, but we see also a number of cases here at adoption stage, design stage, explorative stage. So these first colors here, the red, orange, and green, are in principle cases that are going to find themselves then in the activation stage, operational stage. So this let's say classification here from explorative stage to operational stage is the one that is being used in the global inventory. In the ACQF mapping study and analysis, we have used 5 stages and a little bit of a different way of defining the different levels, the different stages. So objectives. Also based on these 87 cases, in this sample of 87 national qualifications frameworks, we can see a large convergence. 91% of these qualifications frameworks have as objective improve transparency, comparability, recognition. So most countries really try to tackle this important objective. Another important objective, also with a very large frequency, is supporting lifelong learning, access, permeability, and progression. We also have, with 73%, enable recognition and validation of non-formal, informal learning, and also supporting reforms that raising quality of education and training, as well as strengthening links between education and labor market. So maybe these 5 upper cases of objectives are really the most frequent and common across these 87 different cases in different continents. This is just a very brief overview of regional qualifications frameworks in the world from a research, an inventory that was done in 2020, 2021. You can see here 15 such regional frameworks. And then if you add also the European qualifications framework, it increases. The African Continental Qualifications Framework is already mentioned there. EGAD, the EGAD is also mentioned. You can see number 9, although these were just the initial steps. Not naturally, SADC qualifications framework is there. And you can also see many cases on other continents. SADC qualifications framework is the number 13 there. So on the African continent, according to the mapping study and further research that was continued, there is a growing number of national qualifications frameworks approved and implementation started. So this is one of the stages according to the categorization we used in the ACQF, the stage 4. And this is here a summary, and maybe during this week we can even update this summary. So we can see there 2 countries. Okay, let me say immediately from the start. Here we have only 41, not 55 countries. We have information on 41 countries of the continent. In the first stage, which you call start of NQF development, so NQF is not yet really there. We have here 2 countries indicated. Then we have 8 in this early thinking. We have, for example, a country like Guinea-Bissau that has started. And the Democratic Republic of Congo is also undertaking the first steps. Then at the stage 3 there, we have NQFs under development and consultation, with also a significant number, including Cameroon, Côte d'Ivoire, Madagascar. Some of these countries have already done steps towards approval. For example, Burundi. So Burundi is, for example, a case that can be moved to the next stage. And we have there marked Angola, because we want really to congratulate the colleagues from Angola. They have approved in July this year 2 important legal texts, one the presidential decrees, one about the National Qualifications Framework System, and another one about the institution, the lead institution that is going to coordinate, manage, and run and implement the NQF-NQS. And so the Angola moves from the stage 3 to the stage 4. And just to say, 3 years ago, in November, when we did that survey of the mapping study, Angola declared itself at level at the number 1. There was no NQF yet, and now 3 years later it is at the stage 4. So this is just a way to see the dynamics, and congratulations. Then we have another stage with many countries, and we see many countries from SADC there. Some countries have moved, like Egypt, moved from the stage 3 to the 4 by adopting also the legal base, the amended legal base. Some countries that are here, that are there highlighted with gray, are countries that have these, let's say, sectoral frameworks. Let me then mention the case of Ghana. Ghana has a TVET qualifications framework of 8 levels, and is now in the stage of developing an integrated framework. So we put it there at stage 4, knowing that the integrated is not yet there, but there is already a functioning TVET of 8 levels, and Maxwell is here, he can tell us more. Mozambique has in the meantime also developed its integrated qualifications framework. So far there were 2, let's say, separated, TVET, higher education. The integrated has been developed. A lot of consultation has taken place across the country. And I think, and Professor Maria Luisa is here to tell us that it is now in the right direction towards approval in the levels, in the decision-making levels of the government. And then there are those countries, 7 there, that we have considered as being at an advanced stage of implementation, and they have even reviewed already their frameworks: Botswana, Cape Verde, Mauritius, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia. And this part here, review, is important. You remember that Julie was saying in the beginning, they don't stay static. They need to move and evolve. And this part is important as well. So we can see that SADC is there represented with many qualifications frameworks at this level, at this stage 5, let's say. So I think we can learn a lot from this region. And well, I was just mentioning Angola. So if you are interested to read all the legal texts, they are available. Can be interesting also for the countries that are now developing their frameworks. So the presidential decree on the statute of the National Qualifications Institute, and also the one on the NQF, NQS. If we would, in a graphic representation, then we see out of these 41 countries, again, I'm not talking here about 55, we don't have information about 55. So 5% to be started, and we see a very big share here, 39 at this stage, NQF approved and implementation started. And this picture has changed a lot in these 3 years since we are working on the ACQF. We had a much narrower share of the pie with that color, the red, NQF approved and implementation started. So there have been good dynamics, let's say. And this is simply another graphic representation. What we are showing here is that 6 out of the 7 countries that we have classified at the stage 5 are in the SADC region, as already said earlier. So a few words about the ACQF. So I don't want to cry, but I always cry. It's unavoidable.
You mustn't cry, Eduarda. You mustn't cry. You must smile. It's a wonderful effort.
You have seen. Emmanuel, don't make me cry. Thank you. They know. So these are just, let us talk a little bit about the ACQF as it is now. It is, of course, the result of a project that developed it. Many of you have contributed. We had so many meetings, peer learning activities. We had so many meetings of the advisory group to discuss all this. So you have also on your tables and on the website an infographic of the ACQF that presents the main features. You might remember, and I want really to make this point, 3 years ago, where were we? We were in Addis, at the headquarters of African Union. We had the first launch workshop to develop the ACQF. Some of you were there. France, Namibia was there. Dr. Kebede was there. Miriam was there. You cannot say no. Colleen, you are also one guilty. And James was also there. Who else was there? Yes, Dr. Baguma from Rwanda. Of course, he was there. So there were many participants, and Professor Rodolphine Wambashi just left for a while. So this process started 3 years ago. It was 2nd to 4th of September, that launch workshop. And in that launch workshop, these purposes were already defined, presented and defined, as you see. So I have to wear glasses because it's a very sorry. So enhance comparability, quality, transparency, support people's lifelong learning outcomes. I want to underscore lifelong learning, very important. Facilitate, the second, facilitate. It's not recognize, it is facilitate. Validation of learning, recognition of skills, diplomas, certificates, mobility of learners and workers, and as a consequence. It's to cooperate and work in complementarity with national, regional qualifications frameworks and support an African continental integration, creation of an African common space of trusted qualifications. And it is also obviously promote cooperation, referencing with other qualifications frameworks across the globe. The underpinnings already mentioned this morning by, or recalled this morning by Emmanuel, are just very briefly highlighted here. Maybe one important one is the strategic objective 4, CND of CISA 25, and of course the relationship of the ACQF that needs to be built to the African Continental Free Trade Area. The principles that had also been discussed and defined in that initial workshop were inclusiveness, so all levels, types of qualifications, all modes of lifelong learning, innovation, so future-proof, new demands, emerging skills, etc., to be considered, and openness to participation of all stakeholders, to good practice, lessons learned from the world. Let's say the conceptual technical framework is also here briefly presented. So important, always important to mention ACQF underpinned by quality assurance. It is the subject of one of the referencing criteria. And it is a framework, a meta framework, an overarching framework acting as a translation device for referencing, comparison, cooperation between national and regional qualifications frameworks across the continent, comprehensive scope, 10 levels, level descriptors expressed as learning outcomes, and 3 domains of learning. We will see that in greater detail tomorrow, thanks to Colleen. The domains of learning are knowledge, skills, autonomy, and responsibility. And the learning outcomes orientation is important here, let's say, because it supports transparency, comparability of qualifications of different national systems. It supports transparency, credibility of recognition of prior learning, and validation of outcomes from experience, success, also to quality, good quality RPL. And of course, also in the application of credit accumulation and transfer systems. So one very brief here reference to this very important function of a regional overarching qualifications framework, this idea of referencing, comparison, that this will be explored, as we know, in the last day. There is a dedicated session as well as an assignment. The ACQF aims at connecting. It is even called ACQF Connects. It is the name of this scenario 2 of ACQF, ACQF Connects. And this core function is based on a process of referencing. But it's not all, naturally. Referencing is one function, one part of this ecosystem. What is referencing? It's a process aimed at comparing national qualifications frameworks or systems to the ACQF based on agreed criteria, procedures. And these criteria and procedures are going also to be presented. They allow and they support the quality, the credibility of the process, and the comparability, fair comparability between the national and regional level. At national level, we say that referencing contributes to self-assessment of the status of the national qualifications framework or system, to identify areas for, let's say, improvement or a step forward. At continental level and between countries, referencing to the ACQF of a significant and increasing number of national qualifications frameworks or systems leads to the creation of a common area of trusted qualifications, and then enables this integration and, let's say, more seamless, efficient recognition. The 7 main areas of activity that have been now proposed, defined in the ACQF technical policy document are indicated here. All these documents and proposals have been well discussed through not only the meetings of the advisory group, but also through consultation processes afterwards, twice. So these 7 areas are referencing, then support recognition of prior learning, ACQF qualifications platform and management information system, some work on common profiles of qualifications, not qualifications, but common profiles, especially for priority sectors, emerging sectors or occupations related with the African Continental Free Trade Area for continental integration. So this orientation towards continental integration. Capacity development, such as, for example, this activity, networking and cooperation, and of course, very fundamental analysis, monitoring, and evaluation. So these are areas that hopefully will be part of the roadmap and activities of the ACQF going forward. A lot of work for Emmanuel. This is just a summary of the activities that have been carried out, and you have seen results in different forms. Most of this information is available on ACQF website. So the LMS Moodle that is mentioned there, Learning Management System Moodle, is already created, and the training courses are now in creation as Moodle-based training courses. And then you can see all this list, webinars, 15 peer learning webinars, extremely rich information sharing and trust building. The 2 training weeks, this is the second, 10 training modules, the technical guidelines, the thematic briefs, there is one new coming, the country and regional mapping reports, a collection that is to be updated, because in the meantime, there are many new dynamics that need to be reflected in those mapping reports. I hope that soon Cameroon will be at stage 3 and République démocratique du Congo for sure at stage 2. And then we can update these reports and move forward. And Senegal, integrated framework, s'il vous plaît. That's just a motivation. Training presentations, etc. So all this is available for you to use. You can use this at regional level, at national level, because the purpose of ACQF is to kind of work in cooperation and support. It's not to replace your national qualifications frameworks. It's not to supersede your systems culture, qualifications systems culture. No, it is to complement and add value. If you want to know more about ACQF, you know where to find the information. And a few words about NQFs in Europe, and I'm going to refer to the EQF, European Qualifications Framework. This is very short. We have a presentation later today that is going to talk also very briefly about the, let's say, achievements that were done thanks to this cooperation around the European Qualifications Framework. So EQF has now more than 10 years, and it has reached a lot, let's say, in terms of referencing, cooperation, mutual understanding. There are several, let's say, policy tools to achieve that. There are also very interesting information tools. Jens will talk about them. I think this is something we would need also for our African continent. This is such an online tool that provides information always updated, comparable on all qualifications frameworks across the continent. And this will be part of this transparency objective and knowledge and information sharing objective for all your bodies dealing with recognition. They can look up here and they find information on the qualifications frameworks. in the future, ACQF online tool. So the EQF is also a translation, let's say, grid for qualifications across countries. It's also based on learning outcomes. It's an 8-level reference framework, also comprehensive, inclusive, all types and all levels of qualifications. Actually, it is called European Qualifications Framework for Lifelong Learning. This is a very brief, just view of the objectives. You can see the transparency, comparability, portability on top. And we can also see in the bottom something interesting, contributing to modernizing education and training systems. The legal base, as you might very well know, also in the context of the European Union, there is no concrete competence in terms of harmonizing education systems, qualification systems. It's all based on voluntary cooperation, and in this case it has worked well. It's a council recommendation, it's already an update. The first council recommendation was enacted in 2008, and I want to ask my usual question. Do you know how many national qualifications frameworks existed in Europe in 2028? When the first EQF recommendation was approved. How many do you think? 2, 3, 10, 20? Who wants to say? France wants to speak, I know. France. How many were there qualifications frameworks national in Europe in 28?
I would probably go for 4.
Why not far? Very well, there were 3. And it could start. Now on the African continent, we have many more qualifications frameworks at this stage of implementation started and implementation advanced. So there is a lot of, it's a momentum for a continental qualifications framework. That's the main message. And you can see all the main dates there. Currently, there is an evaluation going on of the EQF implementation. So a new evaluation. Results will be known in 2023. There is an advisory group as main body for governance, and this is the status of referencing to the EQF, the information up to date up until February. So you can see countries in blue are those that have referenced, and countries in orange are those that have updated already their referencing, either because they have enacted new frameworks, as the case of France, they simply have approved a new qualifications framework. Italy also has done many new steps, therefore a new referencing. And there is one country that has not yet actually referenced. It is Spain in the context of the European Union, and another country in the countries, let's say associate countries, in this case, a candidate country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, also not yet referenced. Ukraine has started a process of comparison. What is also interesting here to note is that there were exercises of technical comparison with national qualifications frameworks from the indicated countries there, Australia, New Zealand, and Hong Kong. These reports are available. This is not referencing, but this is an important technical comparison, also looking at the agreed criteria and procedures. And now there is more work being done to compare and to initiate this process of comparison with countries of the African countries and regions on the African continent. Notably, maybe, and I cannot say yet it will be, but maybe with Cape Verde and, of course, and that's already agreed, SADC qualifications framework. So all this information is available, is shared. CDFOP and our colleague Jens is going to talk about it as a very nice, very useful tools exactly to share information and compare qualification frameworks across all the community, let's say, of the EQF, which is 38 countries. Main milestones, and this is just a summary. I want just to refer you to these 4 main milestones. One is the use of EQF levels on qualifications documents. This is a very fundamental thing, that after referencing, countries can start using EQF levels in their own newly issued qualifications documents and also on qualifications database. You can see the situation. 33 countries are already using EQF levels on diplomas and certificates. This really contributes to recognition and to mutual understanding. 33 countries are using EQF levels on qualifications database. This is upon successful referencing. Then there is transparency of information on NQF, such as inclusion in the tool to compare NQFs and EQF. 30 countries have already done this, and transparency of information on NQF through the connection of national registers of qualifications to the publication of qualifications in the Europass platform. So 18 countries, they are mentioned there, have already connected their national registers of qualifications. So creating this very big common base, and more is coming up. And this is just to show one example here. You can see from the Irish Register of Qualifications, you can see each qualification indicated there includes the qualification of the National Framework of Qualifications. In Ireland, it's not called NQF, but NFQ, and also the EQF level next to it. Irish NFQ is a 10 levels framework. I just wanted to mention because it's also a 10 levels framework. And this is the tool to compare qualifications based on the referencing. You can see there the link. You can navigate, play, you can compare various countries. You get very interesting and easy to use information. Let me just finish by mentioning also the use of information related to NQFs and those that are referenced to the EQF in the context of recognition of qualifications. So in the ER manual, which is the European Area for Recognition, there are different chapters. This is a manual for recognition bodies and practitioners offers. You can see there is one chapter specifically dedicated to the use of information on qualifications frameworks in the recognition process. So this is just to say that the information on national qualifications frameworks, on the levels and on the referenced levels is used by the enigmatic network. So the contribution of EQF is just here very briefly summarized. I want just to mention a few of these. So interconnected qualifications databases, a catalyst to develop NQFs, shift to learning outcomes approach, and all the others. I'm not going into detail. And now I pass immediately the floor back to Andrea.
Thanks, Eduarda. I hope everybody can hear me. Just moving on. I'm just trying to move the slides on. Done. Okay, so when we talk about NQFs, I'm just going to look at the structures of an NQF as an overview so that we're quite clear, and just talk about some of the variations that we can see. Generally speaking, we talk about the scope of the NQF, and that's what we were talking about before. Does it just cover higher education or tertiary education, whatever your term might be, or just TVET, or both? Does it include upper secondary schooling or final years of secondary schooling? Does it go below that into other levels of schooling? Will be what your scope is. And we do talk about it quite clearly because it's really important in the design function around what is your scope. Because the NQF classifies and organizes the qualifications within your qualification system, which sits within inside your broader education training system. So anything that doesn't have a qualification is not concerned by the NQF. So therefore it can exclude, or it can include in terms of pathways, but may not be within the framework itself. There's some other things that we see around when you're talking about the scope and the number of levels. I sometimes see frameworks that try to align the levels of the ICED classification with the levels of the framework, which is a forced activity. Nothing wrong with ICED classifications. That's about data collection. We're talking about levels of complexity within your qualification system, either to reflect it or to bring on change. So you need to be quite clear whether your scope is going to reflect what you have as well, or whether you want to bring on change, because that will inform everything else you do. Purpose. The purpose of your framework is also really clear, and I think if your framework is about bringing sectors together, then that's what we would want to see as the framework is further documented. So objectives or purpose, depending on which way you see them, have varied. And Rwanda, for example, has varied over time. You can look at its first iteration, its purpose and scope, to its purpose in the second iteration. Regardless, I think you need to be really clear about the purpose and your objectives and the scope, because it'll inform the other structures within the system. Okay, so the first thing we all talk about is the level descriptors. They're written as learning outcomes. Generally speaking, they include 3, maybe 4, sometimes what we call domains or taxonomies, something that you're going to build like knowledge and skills or application, for example. Countries sometimes keep them separate. In most instances, they keep them separate, but sometimes they merge into an overarching statement. Separate domains tend to help you understand what I call your vertical logic and your reading across logic. If it's merged, sometimes it's harder to distinguish between one level and the other. And the more text that's in that merged statement, the harder it is, in my view. That's just when you're trying to work out what's going on. So levels of learning are about learning complexity. I don't see them as a progression per se. It's not about learning progression of an individual. It's about learning levels of learning complexity. And it becomes implicit in your qualification types. So if, for example, you want to reflect what is part of your system, then you would analyze your qualification types, your bachelor's or your master's or diplomas, to look at the levels of learning complexity, what are the domains within there, and that would inform your framework. However, you may want to bring on change, so you will also be informed by other things that are happening, regional frameworks, other national frameworks, countries that you want to have a closer relationship. But there certainly needs to be what I call the vertical and horizontal logic, and you can see this in a number of the guides and training modules as well. And the logic, I think, it needs to be inherent, but there's usually some sort of embedded taxonomy. Vertically, you should be able to see the types of knowledge, etc. So there's always some sort of inherent logic. There are some things as qualification type descriptors, and I just want to quickly mention them now because I want to say something about level descriptors. Qualification type descriptors describe the types of qualifications that you have, the variations like a bachelor. And they do vary, and they bring two metrics together, the level of complexity and the volume of learning measure, which I'll discuss. But there's one thing that I've noticed when I've analysed some of the frameworks within the African continent, where we have different ways of looking at it, at level descriptors. We have the first way where we actually have the level descriptors and then a map or a table or some way of saying these qualification types are this level of complexity. The second way we have them is that the level descriptors are written for each qualification type. So if it's an 8-level framework, there are 8 qualification types or possibly more, but generally speaking, they're written as one. They're written specifically for that qualification type. And that is not as common, I don't think. Now, I do have a poll here and I'm going to seek advice. Do we have time to do the poll at this point in time, Eduardo?
After the for the last session or tomorrow
Okay.
morning. In your case,
Okay.
yeah,
Yep.
tomorrow morning.
I think better move on. Yes. I want to ask you to actually answer that question. Do you know which type that you have in terms of level descriptors? In terms of Africa, you can see we've got a lot of variance. We've got 5-letter sectoral NQFs. So, for example, Senegal has got a TVET. So we're ranging from 5 to 10. Generally, there are between 7 and 10 levels of NQFs, which are more comprehensive. And you will see usually the more higher levels, there may be more TVET qualification types. It varies. But Australia, for example, has a 10-level framework. So you can see the majority is 16 there and down to 1. And usually sectoral qualification frameworks are obviously by default, because they're only pertaining to one sector, will be less levels. And very quickly, you can see that there are different types of domains. We've got knowledge and skills, autonomy and responsibility. Botswana uses the word competence. We've got Mauritius, search for and learning processes, so it's a text. Mozambique, knowledge, skills, autonomy and responsibility. And sometimes you see autonomy and responsibility, sometimes reflecting the changes in the EQF as competence first, and sometimes being articulated as autonomy and responsibility. You can see down with Zambia, for example, that you can see problem solving, knowledge, autonomy, so that everybody does vary. We have what we call a volume, what I call a volume of learning measure. And these generally talk about the amount of learning. I talk about how big your qualification is. Some people don't like it when I say how big it is, but that's what we're talking about. Is it a short cycle? Is it maybe 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, or is it a year, or is it 3 years? And what does that mean in terms of volume? We do see it across countries in terms of duration. You do see it in hours and, of course, translated into credit points. And it's about learner effort. And there are varying examples. And it can assist in creating consistency in your qualification types. And it also assists in credit transfer processes. It's a notional figure. And it's not fixed. It's I sometimes say to people, it can't be fixed and it's not scientific in the sense that you can be absolutely certain that that's absolutely correct. It's guidance. It gives you an estimated. And I think estimated or guided is the point. It's about notional learner effort. And I tend to see it as directed time. So learning that I have been told to do as a student, as a learner, and not necessarily reflective of me wanting to be an A student. So there is some sort of variation usually in the definition of the average learner or what notional means. And in some ways, that is the most interesting thing in terms of qualification frameworks. And you can see, for example, we've got different definitions here. What does the volume of learning entail, for example? We've got things like all forms of academic work. Some talk about contact hours, theoretical, practical, laboratory, individual learning, projects, preparation for exams, the exams itself, assessment, etc. Some talk about structured. Others talk about directed learning as opposed to self-directed. Self-directed may mean I'm an A-class student when it shouldn't encompass that. But you can see we've got variations of 10 notional hours equaling 1 credit point up to 30 credit hours, and sometimes 60. One curriculum year is 60. So you do see different countries varying in this, and that's not an issue. The issue is the calculation itself and your definition. It really doesn't matter whether it's 1 to 10 or 1 to 30 or whatever it might be. But it's understanding what that means is the important part. Now, we do have these things called qualification types. As I said before, some countries, and not many, use the level descriptor for that qualification type. But generally speaking, they bring together what I call two metrics, the level of complexity and the volume of learning. Most countries I looked at tended to use a table for that metrics and or used a text-based descriptor, and I've got some examples there, Botswana and Namibia. And of course, just letting you know, Australia has that sort of same mindset. But New Zealand, for example, so in the southern area, we quite often use these qualification type descriptors as text-based ones. Whether we use parameters such as entry requirements, quite often you see them at the higher levels like bachelor, master's, PhD. What are the entry requirements to those? And that helps me understand a country's qualifications and their system. What is the purpose of that particular qualification type? What is its linkages to other types, which might be pathways, etc. You have, this one can be linked to this one. And what is its level of complexity? And of course, what's its credit value and or another parameter. Okay, so we're getting some questions up there. I talk about a qualification type descriptor because it brings together the level of complexity and the volume of learning. Generally speaking, you see in an NQF the level descriptors, then some sort of information around credit or credit points, or credit value, volume of learning, might be duration or hours as well. And then the qualification type descriptor will say, for example, a bachelor might be at level, on a 10 level framework, I'm going to say 7. And it has 3 years to 4 years. So depending on your calculations, and it has these sorts of purposes that may have these entry requirements. So a qualification type descriptor can really give a lot of information to not only to your country itself, but to the rest of the world, because it gives a greater depth. I can speak to some of the questions later if you like. I talked about coherence, but I also talked about the purpose and the scope, and making sure that that's reflected, your purpose and the scope is reflected in your diagrams, your structures, your levels, what you say. If you talk about the purpose of a qualifications framework is transparency, or is it pathways or credit transfer? Does the rest of the information within that NQF tell me about this? Quite often people talk about pathways and articulation, of which we see an example here, and we've seen some today. The Irish framework, for example, is another one. I call it the fan diagram, trying to explain where the qualifications sit within your structures. And the point about this is that you want to make sure that everything that you say about your scope and the purpose is reflected throughout the document, and that it doesn't reinforce current barriers and perceptions. And I think that's important, because sometimes when you look at it, like I do from the outside looking in, you can see the statements made up front aren't followed through some documents. And that's not necessarily saying that's around the world. In terms of linkages, you heard me mention before that the framework's power, strength is derived from its linkages. If it sits on the shelf or in your filing cabinet and not linked to anything else, it will be just a document. It needs to be linked in that overarching diagram that we showed earlier to other strategies such as recognition of prior learning, credit accumulation and transfer, making connections to other NQFs and RQFs, quality assurance, registers and databases. It's quite important that those linkages are seen. Okay, so we're going to move on. And sorry, one last thing about before I move on to the next section. You've got to be clear about whether it's a catalyst for change or it reflects its country's system. And Australia is sitting at a point in time where we have a 10-level framework, and the review is proposing a change, so we can see that it's going to be a catalyst for change. And is there the appetite for it or not? And so we're in a different cycle to some of you that are starting, but you need to be quite clear about that. And one of the things Eduardo mentioned before, that one of the things that regional frameworks do is start everybody either looking at developing an NQF and or reflect on their current one. It has a regional framework has an amazing influence in that area. So even though we say it's neutral, we're not forcing anything, it does start everybody looking. And I always smile when people say, oh, we've just started to look at our framework now, or we're just starting to talk about it. You just know that the regional framework just creates this catalyst for change. But when you do think about developing a framework, you need to think about who's going to be involved. And if you heard me say right at the start, a qualification framework belongs to everybody. You need to work out what you want it to do, how it will be designed, how it will be agreed, how it will be trialed and tested, what will be its legislative basis. Australia's is policy, ours is a policy document that's linked to a whole range of other either labour market laws or legislation, but in itself, it's a policy document. Many of countries that you know of here today have legislated their framework or have legislated it through an authority whose role is the framework to develop and manage the framework. So there are different ways of looking at it, and you need to be clear how that's going to work before you start. So the life cycle of an NQF is the next stage, and I'm got to be a little bit quicker, I think. We talk about life cycles, and Eduardo talked about the different stages not in place, early steps, and that's a very common structure. When we looked at frameworks, we decided to look at it in just 3 phases, just to make life a little bit easier for ourselves: the design phase, the implementation phase, and the review phase. And just very quickly, the NQF design and development phase will be in session 6, but this is where we conceptualize and design the NQF, we consult and test it, and its official adoption. There are questions attached to that, which again is in session 6. Implementation phase is about the consolidating all the governance and the associated laws that may be required, building capacity, registers, databases all need to come within this phase.
Andrea,
and I do
to interrupt,
sorry,
just to let you know that you have 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to be really quick. Thank you. Critical questions are here about the different aspects of your system. This is can be your whiteboard as well. Looking at monitoring, this is in another session, but how will it be monitored? What data can you use that you've already got, and moving forward? And the review of the NQF can happen in various ways. And Eduardo, there's some critical questions. I'm going to move really quickly to Eduardo. Eduardo, I'm sorry, we've only got a couple of minutes.
So thanks very much, Andrea, for this overview. As said initially, many of these topics are going to be deepened, explored, unpacked now throughout the week. So I want to propose that we break here. We have now our lunch break. I think it was a very intensive morning, and we will continue then these 2 final topics tomorrow morning. We can move them to the first session of Tuesday. It will be just 10 minutes on RPL and very brief also on the discussion on micro-credentials. Thank you very much. We have now then 1 hour break, and this concerns, of course, also our colleagues online. And Darshana will tell us where should our participants go for the lunch break. Okay. Stand up. Because okay, so the same place where breakfast is served, 13th floor. And we have 1 hour, so let's be here please at 13:30 to continue. And we will go directly to a very practical session on building the NQF and governing the NQF. And we will have two colleagues, Olavo Correia and Dr. Mukwana from Kenya, talking to us about these experiences. Thank you very much. Also, please think about your questions, write them in cards so that we have them all. We have many comments, many questions in the chat box. We are going also to read, select, and try to address them all later today and tomorrow. Please have a nice lunch. Enjoy the lunch and this small break of 1 hour. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Yes.
Like if you type like
What's
you
that?
can ask a question direct. Our sound is there, but if you do like this,
Yes.
like now, then meeting.
Hola, Profetu. Ah, yeah, myself. That's good. Nesh, is it okay? Is the input coming okay? Check the input. Check the input. That's the whole idea of doing this. Input. Okay, I'm working myself.
hello everyone, then you can introduce yourself. You can this one here. Yeah. But if you stay there, you speak. You very well. This one got captain. Okay. So we go to reaction. And I say reaction. Even now that they're hearing now.
it is composed of two parts. First part is divided also in two, let's say, two topics, interconnected. So the first one is building the national qualifications framework. The second part is governing the national qualifications framework. And we have two colleagues with us who are going to share their views and the presentations. So the first presentation is done by Mr. Olavo Correia. He is from Cape Verde, and he has been working with Angola, supporting as an expert this process of development of the National Qualifications Framework. So Olavo has half an hour to talk with us about building the NQF. Olavo is a very strong supporter of the idea that the NQF is part of the National Qualification System, so the systemic view. And you saw that it's of course part also of our reflection. So Erika, you can already load the presentation. Olavo, tens aqui o muda slides. Primeiro temos que tocar assim, toque. Que é para. Yeah? Já está. Pode ver se. Não, é que primeiro temos que tocar para dar sinal. Já está, ok. Olavo, 30 minutos. Inspirador. Please use, of course, now your interpretation devices, since the presentation will be in Portuguese language. Thank you.
Muito boa tarde a todas e a todos. Disse a Eduarda, meu nome é Olavo Delgado Correia. Eu sou cabo-verdiano, mas neste momento trabalho em Angola, num projeto que se chama Revitalização do Ensino Técnico e Formação Profissional. Esse projeto tem várias atividades e uma das atividades na qual eu trabalho como perito é ajudar as autoridades angolanas a desenharem um Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Disse a doutora Eduarda, começamos esse processo há 3 anos e agora chegamos numa fase muito interessante, que é a fase de aprovação e publicação da legislação básica do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Mas eu tenho chamado muita atenção aos colegas angolanos que não é pelo facto de termos a legislação pronta que já temos o sistema pronto. A legislação é simplesmente o primeiro passo para nós começarmos a construir o sistema. E eu tenho desenvolvido uma ideia que eu vou partilhar aqui, que é uma ideia de que os sistemas nacionais de qualificações se constroem com base num exercício permanente de diálogo social. E é um pouco isto que eu vou tentar aqui ajudar-vos a compreender como é que se desenha esse processo de análise, de diálogo social e de comunicação à volta de um Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, ou se quiserem, de um quadro nacional de qualificações. Nós vamos ter aqui durante essa sessão alguns desses tópicos, como questões de orientação para o processo de concepção e construção, alguns contributos para uma abordagem comum, ou seja, interações, fatores de sucesso, análise e diálogo. Vamos ter a ilustração do caso real de Angola e depois vamos deixar-vos um conjunto de... Vamos partilhar um conjunto de questões que podemos depois aproveitar para trabalhar em grupo, refletir em grupo e partilhar com os outros a nossa experiência. Então vamos à primeira questão, subsistemas do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, questões de orientação para o processo de concepção do quadro. A primeira coisa aqui, se calhar, a dizer, eu vou ficar aqui porque se calhar é mais fácil. A primeira coisa, se calhar, que é preciso dizer é que o Sistema Nacional de Qualificações tem que estar politicamente ancorado, ou seja, Politicamente, os quadros nacionais de qualificações ou sistemas nacionais de qualificações devem estar inscritos em grandes documentos estratégicos nacionais dos países. E fui ver, por exemplo, o exemplo de Cabo Verde, tinha um plano estratégico para a formação profissional de 2007-2010, que dizia que o país devia criar um sistema nacional de qualificações. No caso de Angola, por exemplo, temos o Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional 2018-2022, que inscreveu o Sistema Nacional de Qualificações como uma das prioridades para o país durante aquele período. Temos o caso muito recente da Guiné-Bissau, que tem uma Carta de Política para o Setor da Educação 2017-2025, que também inscreve o Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, ou seja, o sistema já está politicamente enquadrado. E esse enquadramento político é muito importante porque sem ele os técnicos não têm como fazer. Os técnicos podem ter ideias, podem ter boas intenções, mas se não houver essa ancoragem política, ou seja, essa retaguarda da política, será um pouco difícil. Ora, para um percurso eficaz do quadro ou do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, é preciso que haja essas 4 coisas fundamentais ou básicas. Primeiro, é preciso ter uma legislação adequada, isso é muito, muito importante. A legislação tem que ser adequada, tem que ser clara, tem que ser transparente, tem que ser comunicada a todos. Há que haver instituições credíveis que façam com que essa legislação seja aplicada, ou seja, que as coisas possam andar. É preciso ter stakeholders, ou seja, intervenientes que sejam relevantes. Às vezes temos muitos stakeholders, mas nem todos são relevantes. Portanto, é preciso trabalhar sobretudo com aqueles que são relevantes. Pois é preciso também criar um mecanismo ou algum instrumento que dê alguma garantia de qualidade daquilo que nós estamos a fazer. E essa garantia da qualidade deve iniciar-se desde o início do processo. Não é no meio do processo ou no fim do processo, mas desde o início do processo é preciso ter essa garantia de qualidade. E essa garantia de qualidade deve ser mesurável, porque se ela não for mesurável, nós não sabemos onde estamos, para onde é que queremos ir e como é que havemos de chegar onde queremos. Portanto, essas 4 coisinhas são muito importantes. Legislação, instituições, stakeholders e garantia de qualidade. Espero não estar aí muito rápido, sobretudo para os intérpretes. Hein? Se for, chamem-me a atenção. O quadro nacional de qualificações, normalmente dizemos que tem as suas finalidades e tem os seus propósitos. Objetivam normalmente princípios para reconhecer e valorizar a competência e as qualificações que as pessoas têm. E aqui é bom chamar a atenção que as qualificações nós as adquirimos em processos formais, mas também podemos adquiri-las em contextos que não sejam formais. E normalmente os sistemas nacionais de qualificações visam, por um lado, promover a confiança nas qualificações, por outro lado, articular os diferentes subsistemas de ensino, de educação, de formação profissional, promover a elevação dos níveis de qualificação das pessoas, dos cidadãos, sobretudo no ensino, na educação e na formação profissional, e visam também envolver o nível de empregabilidade dos indivíduos. Mas também essa elevação do nível da empregabilidade dos indivíduos é também, sobretudo, na mobilidade. Quando nós de manhã ouvimos numa das apresentações aqui feitas na abertura, falou-se da livre circulação das pessoas em África, não? Esse tratado de livre circulação. E então é bom que os sistemas nacionais de qualificações também estejam preparados para que as pessoas que se deslocam de um país para outro que tenham as suas competências para que elas possam ser reconhecidas. É um grande problema que temos em África. Muitas vezes um médico que sai de Moçambique vai, por exemplo, para o Sudão, o seu diploma não é reconhecido. Ou um enfermeiro que estuda na Guiné-Conakry vem para a África do Sul, o seu diploma não é reconhecido. Portanto, é por causa disso que se criam sistemas nacionais de qualificações que permitam a comparabilidade da qualificação que as pessoas tenham para que elas possam ser enquadradas profissionalmente. Portanto, Esses são os grandes objetivos ou as grandes metas do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Promover a confiança nas qualificações, articular diferentes subsistemas, promover a elevação dos níveis de qualificação e elevar o nível de empregabilidade das pessoas. Ora, nós costumamos dizer que o ciclo de vida do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações é caracterizado por esses 3 momentos fundamentais. O momento de desenho e desenvolvimento. Mais rápido. Slowly. Dizíamos, essas 3 fases são muito importantes. A fase do desenho e desenvolvimento, a fase da implementação e a fase de revisão. A nossa apresentação vai centrar-se sobretudo naquela primeira fase, a fase do desenho e do desenvolvimento. Numa próxima oportunidade falaremos da implementação e da revisão. Neste momento vamos nos concentrar sobre o desenho e o desenvolvimento. Para isso nós trazemos aqui uma espécie de contributo que se chama uma abordagem comum do desenvolvimento e construção do quadro nacional de qualificações. Anteriormente tínhamos falado que politicamente os quadros têm que estar enquadrados. Agora vamos ver tecnicamente como é que se constroem. Eles se constroem com base num exercício de diálogo social permanente, que é um exercício de planear, desenhar e desenvolver. É mais ou menos isso. Temos aqui gente sentada a debater, a pensar, a projetar, a reunir-se, até chegar à fase final da elaboração da proposta. Os quadros estão sempre em evolução, portanto, acompanhando as transformações do contexto e propondo adaptações, melhorias e inovações. Ou seja, os sistemas nacionais de qualificações têm que evoluir. Assim como as qualificações também são muito dinâmicas. Elas aparecem, atingem um determinado auge, depois podem até desaparecer ou transformar-se. As profissões também são a mesma coisa. Se nós repararmos, há 15, 20 anos, há muitas profissões que não existiam e hoje existem. Podemos dar um exemplo muito simples, ligado às tecnologias de informação ou ligado, por exemplo, às energias e o ambiente. As energias renováveis, por exemplo, têm hoje um conjunto de profissões que há 20 anos não tinham. Portanto, são qualificações novas que vão aparecendo. Portanto, há aqui todo um processo de dinâmica, de transformação que os sistemas têm que estar atentos e tentar dar respostas. Para essa abordagem comum, nós trazemos aqui alguns elementos que nós achamos que são muito, muito importantes e que é preciso ter em conta. Primeiro é o apoio político, ou seja, a liderança. Tem que haver uma liderança, tem que haver uma retaguarda política. É preciso ter também um plano, um roteiro, ou seja, ter objetivos claros, sabemos onde queremos ir. É preciso promover esse diálogo social com todos os stakeholders e as partes interessadas. É preciso analisar evidências que existem, estudar coisas que existem, o que é que os outros já fizeram, onde é que erraram, onde é que falharam, para nós podermos fazer melhor. É preciso ter os stakeholders organizados, porque se há coisa que dificulta todo esse trabalho é nós termos stakeholders, mas eles não estiverem engajados e não estarem organizados. É preciso ter uma estratégia de comunicação que passa também, sobretudo, pela formação. Não é simplesmente comunicar, mas é preciso formar. E a formação acontece de várias formas. através de palestras, através de disseminação de boas práticas, através de visitas, de estudo, através de estudo de documentação, enfim, há um manancial enorme de ferramentas e instrumentos que nós podemos trazer para essa parte da comunicação. Depois é preciso também que haja recursos. E é um dos grandes problemas que nós temos às vezes em África, é a falta de recursos. Recursos humanos, recursos técnicos, recursos sobretudo financeiros, não é? Se não há recursos, não há sistemas nacionais de qualificações, porque os sistemas custam dinheiro. E então, se os Estados se comprometem em criar sistemas, têm que disponibilizar também recursos para que esses sistemas depois não fiquem no esquecimento. Este é um esquema que podem consultá-lo, está no manual 1.10 do ACQF, foi publicado, e esse esquema foi pensado no seguinte, é um esquema que pode ser muito, muito interessante para o desenho do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. É claro que ele não é um sistema, não é um desenho completamente acabado, é uma proposta. Ele pode ser melhorado, pode ser ampliado, pode ser reduzido, pode ser adaptado de acordo com a realidade dos países. É preciso ter em conta que acima o que queremos é ter um Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, mas é preciso promover agora um conjunto de outras coisas, e essas coisas passam primeiro pela liderança e pela coordenação de todo o processo. Preciso haver quem lidera e coordena todo o processo de construção. É preciso ter stakeholders envolvidos e depois, então, chega-se aos resultados. Eu não vou perder muito tempo com este desenho, porque eu vou desenvolvendo esse desenho ao longo da apresentação que vou fazendo. Como eu disse, não é um desenho acabado, é uma proposta, pode ser consultado no manual e cada país pode estudá-lo, pode melhorá-lo, pode acrescentá-lo e pode com ele partir para o desenho do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Quanto à liderança, é preciso dizer que há que haver um departamento governamental que deve tutelar a área, um departamento governamental, normalmente aquele que tutela a área da educação, do ensino superior, do TVET ou do emprego, que deve assumir a liderança para o desenho do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Portanto, o processo, a liderança do processo e do governo pode ser exercida por um departamento ministerial. É preciso que na fase de desenvolvimento do quadro e do desenho, é desejável que haja uma entidade que tenha mandato e tenha capacidade para coordenar, para impulsionar e para liderar o processo. Provisoriamente, pode-se perfeitamente construir uma task force, um grupo de desenvolvimento do quadro, ou em alguns países até define-se uma autoridade nacional para as qualificações. É o caso, por exemplo, da África do Sul, do Botsuana, do Quênia, do Zâmbia. Ou seja, a maior parte dos países aqui da zona da SADC tem uma autoridade nacional de qualificações. Outros países têm como entidade coordenadora a Agência Nacional de Qualificações. O caso, por exemplo, de Portugal. Há países que não têm nenhuma nem outra, têm só uma unidade. Por exemplo, Cabo Verde tem uma unidade de coordenação do sistema. Angola deu um outro sinal há poucos dias ao aprovar a sua legislação, criou um Instituto Nacional de Qualificações. É uma inovação muito interessante, porque eu não conhecia nenhum outro país que tinha instituto. Portanto, é uma inovação angolana. Então, podemos ter dentro de um departamento, de algum ministério, um departamento ou uma agência de garantia da qualidade, por exemplo, o Conselho do Ensino Superior, por exemplo, no Egito ou no Lesoto. Portanto, são outras experiências interessantes de modelos de governação que existem. Mas o meu colega depois vai falar sobre a governação, portanto, isso é só um cheirinho daquilo que pode existir, diferentes modelos, etc. Eu chamo aqui a atenção muitas vezes para esse aspecto que aparece aqui a vermelho, que é muito interessante. Muitas vezes os quadros nacionais de qualificações ou os sistemas nacionais de qualificações são construídos com recursos de parceiros internacionais, não é? No âmbito da cooperação internacional, cria-se projetos para estruturar o Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. E então, nesses casos, esses projetos muitas vezes acabam por assumir, em parte, o papel de impulsionadores do projeto. É claro que aqui há riscos muito grandes, e depois podemos ver quais são esses riscos. Mas, em muitos casos, em Cabo Verde aconteceu com a cooperação luxemburguesa, em Angola tem acontecido com o projeto RedFOP, se calhar na Guiné-Bissau vai acontecer com algum outro projeto. Portanto, há essa possibilidade dos parceiros internacionais, através de projetos, impulsionarem também o desenho do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Nós dizíamos que o diálogo é permanente, mas como temos vindo a falar eu e a Eduarda durante muitos anos, ou durante os últimos anos, só o debate não chega, só falar não chega. É preciso definir um plano com metas, com atividades e com roteiros. É preciso delinear uma estratégia de comunicação, e essa estratégia tem que ser útil, mas também tem que ser permanente. É preciso disponibilizar atempadamente os recursos financeiros, materiais e humanos para a realização das atividades à volta do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Portanto, o debate permanente que nós defendemos que só ele, o debate, não é importante para a construção do sistema. A construção do sistema é preciso ter ideias, é preciso ter formas de comunicar, mas é preciso ter recursos também, porque senão não se consegue realizar as atividades. Ora, eu dizia há pouco que em muitos nossos países a cooperação internacional, sobretudo a ajuda pública ao desenvolvimento através de projetos bilateral ou multilateral, se envolvem na questão da construção do sistema. E eu disse que aqui pode haver riscos. E quais são os riscos? O risco é muitas vezes de nós, os países, somos beneficiários, querermos tudo chave na mão. Não nos envolvermos na construção do sistema, ficarmos indiferentes àquilo que se faz. Queremos ter o sistema, mas queremos que o projeto faça o sistema. O grande risco aqui é, depois, perguntamos sobre a sustentabilidade do sistema após a saída desses doadores. É um grande problema. Às vezes não só no Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, mas em muitos projetos em África. Temos o doador, financia, depois vai-se embora, ficamos de braços cruzados. Porquê? Porque nós não nos envolvemos suficientemente para apropriar-nos daquilo que o doador é capaz de nos dar. Portanto, este é um grande risco. Falar e debater, ainda vou continuar a dizer, não chega. É preciso organizar e envolver os stakeholders. É preciso criar grupos específicos de trabalho, grupos de reflexão. É preciso criar grupos temáticos, organizar núcleos duros à volta da causa. Senhores aqui à frente vão desculpar-me, vamos ter que ir mais rápido porque a Eduarda já nos deu um ultimato. As entidades ou os stakeholders que devem ser envolvidos, sobretudo as entidades de coordenação no seio do governo, nos setores, as instituições do ensino técnico, do ensino superior, da formação profissional, serviços responsáveis por vários subsistemas de ensino, parceiros econômicos, sobretudo as empresas, são fundamentais. Os parceiros sociais, o sindicato, as ONGs, todas as demais entidades públicas e privadas de gestão mista que desenvolvam atividades de educação, ensino e formação técnico-profissional são parceiros relevantes, são stakeholders importantes que devem ser envolvidos. E não nos devemos esquecer também os peritos e os analistas, porque sem eles, se calhar, podemos ter todos esses stakeholders, mas sem ideias, sem conhecimento. É muito importante aprender com pares e aprender com o exemplo de outros países, saber o que é que os outros fizeram. É preciso disseminar boas práticas, partilhar estudos, análise e documentação, disseminar conceitos e organizar grupos de reflexão, promover palestras, debates. Portanto, há um conjunto de coisas que podem ser feitas e essas coisas podem ser feitas não só presencial, mas podem ser feitas também à distância. A Covid nos ensinou que à distância podemos partilhar muitas coisas, podemos partilhar muita documentação e fazer vários seminários com pessoas de várias origens e em vários lugares. Portanto, isso pode ser feito tanto presencial como à distância. Eu vou passar aqui, só vou deixar esse slide aqui, que é o consenso. É preciso, nos resultados que nós queremos alcançar à volta do sistema, o primeiro grande resultado que nós pretendemos alcançar é um consenso generalizado à volta da proposta do quadro e do sistema e seus principais instrumentos. Quando nós tivermos isso, então podemos estar seguros que podemos apresentá-lo às autoridades para decidirem ou para aceitarem ou não. Assegurar o compromisso de participação das partes interessadas na consolidação do sistema que se vai criar. Portanto, se nós queremos criar um sistema, temos que pensar na sua sustentabilidade, na sua consolidação. Para fazer isso é preciso garantir a continuação dos stakeholders. Estabelecer mecanismos e ferramentas de participação das partes interessadas na governação do sistema. Como eu disse, o nosso colega daqui a pouco vai falar sobre a governação e ele certamente vai aferir a essa parte, que para governar esse sistema é preciso que as partes interessadas estejam ali presentes. Nós vamos ter que avançar um pouco mais rápido porque a doutora Eduarda nos deu o ultimato. Aqui temos alguns dos temas que podem ser interessantes, tópicos que podem ser utilizados para toda a discussão à volta da construção do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Desenvolvimento tecnológico, ciência e tecnologia, tecido empresarial, acompanhamento permanente, força de trabalho, progresso científico. Portanto, temos aqui um manancial enorme de temas ou tópicos que podem ser utilizados para a discussão à volta do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Essas partes aqui não vou referir-me sobre ela, vou saltar. Vou entrar no caso para 5 fatores aqui, tenho que falar mesmo, 5 fatores são importantes para o sucesso na construção de um Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Primeiro fator é o interesse e apoio político e engajamento, ou seja, a falta de interesse, de apoio e de engajamento político muitas vezes advém do desconhecimento por parte da parte política. Eles querem um sistema, mas não sabem o que é um sistema. Então, aqui entra o suporte técnico. O suporte técnico deve informar, esclarecer, formar a posição política sobre esta matéria. Portanto, isso é muito, muito importante. Segundo fator é a liderança capaz de lidar com contingências e criar soluções. A liderança deve congregar, deve incluir, deve valorizar todos os contributos. A liderança que exclui e impõe regras unitárias, ele põe em causa a participação, ele enfraquece as propostas. Terceiro fator muito importante, fundamentação, análise e documentação. As opções, as decisões devem basear-se em dados atualizados, em informação pertinente e em análises credíveis. O processo deve ser documentado para garantir a transparência sobre as decisões tomadas e para permitir também a memória institucional. O sistema de monitoria deve construir-se desde o início do processo. Ou seja, desde o início nós devemos perguntar onde estamos, para onde vamos e onde queremos chegar. Se fizermos essas questões ao longo do caminho, vamos corrigindo as coisas, se calhar teremos um produto muito bom no final. Stakeholders, não vamos muito falar sobre eles, só vamos agora falar dos recursos financeiros, materiais, são indispensáveis para qualquer atividade. A construção do quadro acarreta custo. Qualquer político que entrar nessa aventura tem que saber que isso tem custo. Portanto, há que haver recursos. Às vezes é preciso recorrer aos parceiros internacionais, mas com esse risco de querer tudo chave na mão, de criar a indiferença, de não ter apropriação e de criar, se calhar, até insustentabilidade à volta do quadro. Em Angola, como eu disse, o projeto RedFop fez várias coisas e produziu várias documentação até chegar à construção do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, juntamente com o envolvimento dos parceiros angolanos. Algumas coisas que nós fizemos e que podem servir de exemplo a outros países estão a começar. Por exemplo, fazer um levantamento de boas práticas e metodologias de elaboração de qualificações. Realizar, por exemplo, um levantamento de boas práticas de coordenação institucional do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações. Fizemos um estudo especializado sobre o mercado de trabalho e as atividades econômicas para podermos desenvolver o Catálogo Nacional de Qualificações. Com o apoio do ITF, nós fizemos um levantamento sobre os sistemas de educação e formação em África. Portanto, tudo isso são trabalhos que nós fizemos e que levou-nos a esses resultados tangíveis. Neste momento, estamos em Angola a trabalhar no desenho de 4 qualificações para cada uma, 2 qualificações para cada uma dessas famílias profissionais. Administração, gestão e apoio, alojamento, restauração e turismo, metalurgia e metalomecânica, eletricidade, energias e ambiente. Portanto, isso são resultados tangíveis que nós conseguimos nesses últimos 3 anos de trabalho em Angola, juntamente com os parceiros. Amanhã, numa apresentação que eu vou fazer, vou tentar explicar como é que nós vamos desenhar essas qualificações, que fases é que elas vão passar até que nós teremos os produtos. Já daqui no dia 20, já vamos fazer a apresentação dos estudos sectoriais dessas famílias profissionais. Por último, o resultado tangível mais bonito que Angola teve nesses últimos dias é essa documentação aqui que está publicada no Diário da República de Angola, portanto, o Diário Oficial. São 2 documentos, um que aprova o regime jurídico geral do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações e um outro que cria a entidade coordenadora do Sistema Nacional de Qualificações, que, como se disse, é o Instituto Nacional de Qualificações de Angola. Espero crer que Angola tenha muito sucesso com isso, desde que apropriem dessas ferramentas, desde que não criem indiferença, desde que não pensam que devem ter tudo chave na mão. Eu acredito nos angolanos, portanto, eu acho que vão desenvolver um Sistema Nacional de Qualificações muito forte, porque tem input suficiente para o fazer. Por último, Eduardo, as suas questões que nós queríamos aqui colocar, não vou, então me liberta. Vais então apresentar as questões que possivelmente podem ser interessantes. Meus amigos, muitíssimo obrigado pela vossa atenção. Até uma próxima oportunidade. Nós temos que meter álcool gel primeiro.
Obrigada. Okay, so thanks, Olavo, for this presentation. And I'd like to ask Erika to start already loading the second part, which is about governing the National Qualifications Framework. And Dr. Mukwana is going to share these views and ideas in the next 25 minutes, let's say.
20 minutes.
And the questions for discussion will be presented separately.
Okay. Thank you. So that I don't run into the troubles of Olavu, I will not follow strictly what's written there. I think I will try to share my experience. Where is the thing for moving? Okay. Now this is forward.
This is forward, yes.
This is back. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Africa. Habari yenu? Habari. I can see you are alert. So I'll not go slide by slide so that we really interact with what this is all about. I'm happy that Africa is here and Africa is online, and we are all looking at learning about how a qualification. I think the question that we want to answer is, if I have a qualification framework in my country, how is this workshop going to make it work better? If I am planning to roll out a national qualification framework, how is this process going to help me? If I had not started thinking about it, what do I do? So we really want to go very practical. We are hoping that this presentation will ignite you, will incite you to start thinking about a national qualification framework for your country. And so that we are on the same page, we know that we are in the home of the grandmother of all qualification frameworks. So South Africa is our grandfather, or is it grandmother, because it has the oldest qualification framework of 1994. We also need to acknowledge that because of the presence of South Africa within the SADC region, currently we have the highest number of national qualification frameworks, all the way from Botswana, Malawi, Zambia, Angola, you can see is coming on board, Mozambique, Mauritius, and so on. Within the East African region, where we come from as Kenya, I come from Kenya, Kenya has like one of the more elaborate qualification frameworks, not very old. The legislation is of 2014, but then didn't quite take off until about 3 or 4 years ago. But we are also happy that because of that, within the region, now we are thinking about the IGAD qualification framework. And Ethiopia is also at a very advanced stage. Rwanda has followed suit. And we have a big delegation here of people from Uganda, from South Sudan, Sudan, Somalia, and we are going to lock them here until they give us a national qualification framework. So when we finish this, they will stay here. Okay, but they are learning more. So I'll be talking about how to govern, but really not in the sense of how to govern, but how do you move from planning to actual work? And so will be, how do you put it in practice? What institutions do you need? And Olaf put it very well. What partnerships do you need to develop? Who coordinates what? So if you think about it as Africa with 55 countries, what we need in Africa, 55 countries, most of us speaking English, others speaking French, others speaking Portuguese, others speaking Arabic, and we inherited education systems that are British, that are French, that are Portuguese, that are Arabic, and we also have our traditions, the cultural African perspective. So you can imagine that what we are trying to do here is to get a qualification framework for Africa, where if I move from Cameroon to Mozambique, within a few hours, my qualification should make sense, and I should be able to progress either as a learner or as a worker. So you are sitting here at a very important time, because what we would like to do is to have qualifications in Africa that speak to each other. And maybe the question that you'll be asking is, if you're talking about African qualifications, so why do I need a national qualification framework? A national qualification framework is very important, because when you go to many countries, you ask them, how many qualifications do you have? I don't know. What levels do they belong to? I don't know. How many do we need? I don't know. So why are we training? I don't know. Because if you don't know how many qualifications you have, how many you need, who is supposed to give those qualifications? Who is legal? So we must be able to differentiate within your country who is legally giving us a qualification and who is illegally doing it. So if you can't organize yourself as a country, there's no way you're going to benefit from the rest of us. So the idea of national qualification framework is that you start at your level as a country. You organize, you categorize, you put levels to your qualifications. You organize them in such a way that they are now ready to interact with the qualifications of your neighbor. So if you don't have a national qualification framework, you are less likely to benefit from regional qualification frameworks like ACQF or IGAD qualification framework or SADC qualification framework. So you must organize your house. And remember, qualification framework, what you're doing is what we used to do in botany and zoology. You classify the way we used to classify plants, the kingdom, the species, the genus. So you take your qualifications, you organize them. These ones belong to this level, these ones belong to this profession, and this one relates with this like this. So that in your country, we know what you have organized yourself, you understand what you have, then you make it easier for us to understand. If you don't understand your own qualifications, how do you expect us to understand them? That's the challenge we have. And so in Africa, we've had lots of challenges of Africans traveling and moving with the qualifications. We all move with our mobile phone in the pocket. We want qualifications that are portable, so that if I move with my qualification, I move the same way that I move with my mobile. And so the purpose of this presentation then is to say, how do you organize yourself? How do you make sure that you have organized your qualifications, they fit into, you understand them as a nation, you have classified them, they make sense to you, they have labels, they have label descriptors so we can understand what the learning outcomes are, and then you're able to communicate to other people. So we'll talk generally about governance, then we'll look at some of the international best practices that we have looked at. I really want to be, in this process, I want to appreciate a number of people, apart from being the Director General of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. I've also had the opportunity to work very closely as one of the experts within the ACQF, and we've worked with a number, and I really want to acknowledge the work that Eduarda has done. I have also had the privilege now working with the IGAD region to build the IGAD qualification framework, and I've also been involved with some work in Lesotho with developing a national policy for recognition of prior learning, CATS, and also recognition of current competences. And so we'll be looking at how all this will inform what we are trying to do. And if you look at this slide, you have already seen it, but it keeps, I think we have to keep looking at it, that you want a qualification framework that fits into your legal setting, that fits into your policy environment, that fits into your political environment. And stakeholders, we've talked about it. And stakeholders does not mean those people who agree with you only. You'll find that our experience as we build national qualification framework, you will have stakeholders that enable the process. You will also have stakeholders that fight the process. But all of them are important because then they help you to find the balance of what you need to really put in place to work for everyone. So not everyone will be supportive, but it is important that you bring together. And as we think about qualifications, we also have to think beyond education and training. Remember, qualifications affect education, training, they affect the labor market, employment, they affect innovations, and so on. So we really have to think about the wider aspects of qualifications and how do you specify them? That's what you have said, the label descriptors, the labels. What is it that you have? What are the learning outcomes? Issues of credit accumulation. How do I progress from one level to another? Because that's what you're trying to do. In many countries, you have a diploma, you have a certificate, and I know that in French, when I talk about a diploma, sometimes it's quite confusing. But at what level do I join a university? I know most of us know that you join university after your grade 12, but there's also many ways that you join university, through diplomas, through other avenues. And we on Wednesday, we'll discuss more about how we have done this in Kenya, how people are able to join universities using many alternative routes, and credit accumulation and transfer then comes in very, very important. The other issue is our qualifications database. If you don't know how many institutions are awarding qualifications in your country and which qualifications are being awarded, then it becomes too much to ask who has been awarded what. So, for example, in Kenya, we are developing a database of national qualifications, and our target now is to put together all the qualifications that have been awarded in that country since 1930 to individuals. Because if you don't have a database of qualifications, then you also run the danger of having very many fake qualifications. If you don't know what you have awarded and what you have not awarded, so if I go and print my own certificate, how do you tell? And so the database becomes very important for protecting the integrity of the qualifications that you're putting together. The other issue is quality assurance. And I think for you to have confidence in my qualifications as Kenya, you want to ask, what quality assurance mechanisms do you have in Somalia? What quality assurance mechanisms do you have in Djibouti? So that if you bring a qualification, I know it's quality assured, and I know that it meets our various standards. The reasons why we keep giving barriers is because I don't trust what you're doing. I don't trust the qualification from your country because I'm not convinced that it has been properly quality assured. So quality assurance then becomes part of your national qualification system, but then we escalate it to the regional level so that we all benefit from each other. Then how do we recognize, how do we validate learning? Remember, learning is not, within the qualification framework, we widen the understanding of learning to include lifelong learning, so that learning doesn't just include sitting in a classroom, that we have people that have skills that they have acquired on the job, and they need to be recognized because they are contributing to the growth of your economy. So we have this recognition of prior learning. How do you then recognize qualifications that come across the border? Then the issue of monitoring and evaluation and research, so that you really keep yourself abreast of what is happening. And Olav talked very well about outreach and feasibility. So there will be many, many issues. And what these 4 pictures indicate is that we need to recognize all forms of learning, that we need to really look at the skills that are able to produce products, because when you talk about qualifications, you're thinking about all the skills that contribute to the growth of South Africa. And those skills were not necessarily got inside the classroom. So we need to widen. In Kenya, we have something we call Chuakali sector. People that can do very nice carpentry, masonry, electrical work, but they have not been to a classroom. And we have material here. I forgot, before you go home, we have some charts here and some booklets from Kenya on some of the things that we've done to recognize skills that are required on the job. And so a national qualification framework is a major part of an ecosystem of life that supports lifelong learning and also life-wide learning. So we are looking at the wider description of how do you get skills that then contribute to the development of a country. So governance, we all know what it is. This is the way you organize yourself. And we've said is all the processes of interaction that may be laws, this may be norms, this may be policies, that are organized, that's something that organizes our society. And it is done by a government. It could also be done by a cooperative society. It could be a network. And the purpose of these structures in a governance system is to ensure accountability, to ensure there's transparency. If you recognize this qualification, then you are able to explain why you recognize this qualification and you reject that other qualification. One of the things that we try to do in setting up systems for recognizing qualifications across borders, we make sure that your recognition, when I come with my qualification to Mozambique, I want you to recognize it in such a way that you don't disadvantage me, but you also don't advantage me. So you can't do that if you don't have rules and regulations of how that is done. So the issue of accountability, transparency, you also want a governance system that is responsive. Most likely you will be taken to court. So it will be nice to have an act of parliament or something that will defend you, because some of the actions that you will take, if you recognize my qualifications at a lower level, I'll take you to court because I'll say what you have done is wrong. So you must have something that will back you up when you reach court. Otherwise, the court will say you did an illegality and therefore this person is okay. And of course, we also want governance systems that assure stability, equity, I've already indicated that, inclusiveness, empowerment, and broad-based participation of people that support you and those that also don't support you, because then all of them are important. And so there is something here, I don't know how to remove it. How do I remove this? Sorry? That question there, up. Is it me or somebody else to do it? It's me. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. So in building a national qualification framework, you must understand and decide the challenges that need to be solved in your country. So you need to define what is a qualification framework going to solve for me in Zambia. And we know, for example, Zambia has a very good national qualification authority. Is it that you want better recognition of skills? Do you want better recognition of qualifications? Do you want to support recognition of prior learning? Do you want to fight the menace of fake certificates? What do you want to do? So it's very clear that you come up with that. And then you come up with a governance system that is supportive, that is also open to learning. I think Olav already mentioned that is open to innovation, to partnerships, and also international perspectives. Because remember, qualifications have an international perspective. What you are doing is to support a student from Tanzania to Uganda. So you really can't lock yourself in a room and develop your national qualification framework without looking at your neighbors. There's no way as Ethiopia you will develop a qualification framework without understanding how Sudan is doing or how Somalia is doing, because at the end of the day, the students need to move across. So it's very, very important that we are here, we are sharing, so that you develop a qualification framework that stands the test of time, but also can move across the borders. Ready and approved policy, it will be good to have a policy, to have a good legal environment, but don't take too long planning, because you can never get it right. As somebody indicated, a qualification framework is a work in progress. So it's good to start where you are, build on what you have, and move forward, because you understand that what you are trying to do is to organize your qualifications so that they can relate better with your neighbors' qualifications. So really that's what you're trying to do. And then you define the governance model that you want, and we'll see various models as we go, the degrees of autonomy, the functions, and then you start. As we say, don't wait until some of us think we are not ready. Please try and start something and learn as you go. And then we've said the national qualification framework or a national qualification system, because many of us already have systems in place. You want to see how that then works. If we look at some of the models, and I'll just summarize, so you'll find that for a national qualification framework to function, you need involvement of a broad base of partners. We have already said that it cuts across from education, training, labor, innovation, informal sector. So make sure that all these people, professionals, doctors, nurses, engineers, all these people are involved, because if they are not convinced or if they are not on board, then you will not move. And we'll be looking at some of the examples from France, Portugal, and Kenya to see. But the most important thing that people are asking, and this one you need to answer before you start thinking, if I start a national qualification framework in Malawi, what difference does it make? How does it affect the learners? How does it affect the lecturers? How does it affect the teachers? How does it affect the education system? What value is it adding? So make sure that as you develop a national qualification system, it is very clear to you what value you are adding to your system. And that is very, very important. And so some of the conditions for effective management that we can see, if you look at all the governance systems that we've seen, that you need a strategic political framework. I told you that within Kenya, we had the Kenya National Qualification Framework Act of 2014. It didn't quite take off until about 2016 when it took off, but it has taken a lot of good political support, all the way from the president, the elections that were just coming up on the 9th of August, and I want to announce that now Kenya has a president. The Supreme Court has just ruled. When I came here, we had a caretaker president that was there because there were two, and had taken each other to court. The Supreme Court has now decided. So now I have a president. and we are all learning as Africa that you can go through an election, one can win, another one can lose, and we can go to a Supreme Court and somebody can accept, and life goes on, isn't it? And so you need very, very strategic, relationships with your government, with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Labor, with the Ministry of Industrialization, with the labor market, with the informal sector, with the professional society. So that is very, very important. The legal framework, as I've said here, then comes in very important. It could be a law, it could be regulations, it could be a policy, whatever you call it. Then you need a management system or a management body. In Kenya, we have the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. That is a standalone institution with a board and also management. And I think South Africa has the same, Zambia has the same. I've seen Botswana and others, Angola, that's coming up.
Watching at us.
That's very, very important.
I think.
Then you need implementation blocks.
Yeah.
Depending on what you want your national qualification to do, you now need to know what do you throw in. Is it recognition of prior learning? Is it credit accumulation or transfer? Is it quality assurance? Is it curriculum development? Is it occupational standards? So you can imagine that a qualification framework affects everything, all the way the value chain of education, because the way we do it in Kenya is that we have now got policies and standards on how to develop occupational standards. For example, if we come to some of your countries, there's so many people developing curriculum, but what standard are they using? For primary school, for secondary school, for TVET. So this framework starts to standardize that if you are developing a level 2 qualification or a level 3 qualification, then the learning outcomes look like this. So the occupational standards will look like that, the curriculum will look like this, and curriculum delivery will look like this. Quality assurance will be done in this manner, assessment, certification will be done in that manner. So all that, so you find that a qualification framework helps us to reorganize the way we think. And we think about the whole framework, because you want at the end of the day to produce quality qualifications that can serve your country and cross the borders. Communication framework, I think we have talked about that, monitoring and evaluation. If I go to the various models, and I will really summarize it here. So we have models where you have a national qualification authority, like in Namibia. I've talked about Kenya, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Then you have models where you have a national qualification authority that also has additional work, like Ireland and Portugal. And then you have some situations where a national qualification framework is within an existing institution. And what we have said, like the Council for Higher Education in Lesotho, I think Rwanda has a national qualification framework, part of it within the university regulator, part of it within the TVET sector. I think Ethiopia had only a TVET qualification framework until very recently. So you can see that you can start from where you are. So don't always think that you must get to perfection before you are able to move forward. So this is already with you in your folder. So you can see that, for example, in France, you have those 8 levels. It's very, very important before you decide on the levels. For Africa, for example, we have said many of our people hardly have primary school. Many of them drop out at secondary school. So we insist that when you are developing a national qualification framework, please make sure it has primary school and it has secondary school or high school, whatever you call it, because then it will be easier for someone to move from Burundi to Kenya, because I know that you have finished our level 1, for example, in Kenya, which is primary school. Our level 2 is high school. It is very, very important that many of the people end up there. When you go to more advanced jurisdictions where everybody seems to have primary and secondary, some people leave out that. But for us, I think it's very important that we recognize that primary school can be a level, secondary school can be another level, and then TVET. A lot of us ignore TVET. And yet TVET, as I say, is life. Because if you look at this room, whether you are dressing well or sitting on a chair, or there's a table, or there's electricity, all this is TVET work. But many of us in Africa have been a bit brainwashed by our colonial past, where everybody wants a university degree. A university degree is very important, but TVET serves us much better, because it's the one that gives us what we do every day, whether it's food in a hotel, whether it's electricity, whether it's building. And I think the tragedy of Africa is that we have actually ignored TVET. And there's no country in the world that has grown without looking at TVET. So when you build your qualification frameworks, please make sure that the TVET is well elaborated to serve your country. So if you look at France, they have a Directorate of Professional Qualifications, and you can see the main functions to ensure management and maintenance of National Register of Qualifications. And you can see that it's 8 levels since 1972, with, of course, modifications as we go. Bahrain, you can see the functions. Namibia, we have already indicated with a national qualification framework. And so we're just saying that different countries develop different systems depending on their culture and also what they want the national qualification system or framework to do for them. So you develop a national qualification framework that serves you. So don't just borrow from your neighbor. Of course, it's good to all of us to benchmark from each other, but it's useful that you do something that's more aligned to your culture, that is more aligned to your education system, that then fits into the culture of what you're trying to build. And you can see, for example, Ireland, you can see very many functions. So sometimes there are very many functions, sometimes there are very small functions, and the functions also keep changing. And I know, like for SAQA here, before they had very big functions, then it was amended and amended again. And so you will find that as you grow, people think differently about what you're doing. Some people think you're stepping on their toes, so some functions may go, some may come back. So that's part of the growth of the National Qualification Framework. And don't wait for it to be perfect. Start somewhere, as we have said. Within Kenya, as I've indicated, we are handling a number of issues that include equation of certificates, verification, registration. We register qualifications on the framework, and we have a digital format for doing that. Recognition of prior learning, looking at foreign qualifications, credit accumulation and transfer, and of course, Olavo already talked about the Portuguese case. So if you look at it, for example, in Portugal, you will see the interlink, and I've already mentioned that, about the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Economy, because qualifications cut across all those levels. And so as you think about a qualification framework, don't just think about your higher education. Some people only think about university education, others think about higher education. Remember, the qualification framework is integrating your education system. We want to understand how your system, your higher education, your university, your TVET interacts with professional education, primary school, secondary school. So it's good to think about the ecosystem as it is, so that you don't have, I know that we've had countries that have only had TVET qualification framework. Then it becomes very difficult, because the qualification framework is supposed to interconnect, to give us harmonization, to give us relationships, and so on. And you can see here, for example, if you look at the sector, something called sector skills councils that helps us to develop occupational standards. You have to think about the ministries that are involved, professional bodies, you have already talked, professional bodies, regulators. In Kenya, for example, we have a regulator for university education. You have a regulator for TVET education. You have a regulator for primary education. You have training providers. You have competitiveness clusters, independent experts, researchers, professors, reference enterprises, technology and innovation centers. So all these people, trade unions, employers, employees, in the board of the Kenya National Qualification Authority, we have employers and we have trade unions, and you have professional bodies, and you have university education, and you have TVET education, and you have primary education, all of them sitting together to try and develop a national qualification framework that makes sure that our education is more clear, more understandable, and also speaks to each other. This is just an example of Namibia, the governance system. So you have a council at the top, then you have a CEO, and then you have committees. Those committees could be a recognition of prior learning, credit accumulation and transfer, recognition of international qualifications, registration databases. So all those committees can be very, very important. And you need to have very good professionals. As I said, when I joined the Kenya National Qualification Authority, we are only about 5 of us. Currently, we are 70 and we are understaffed. We are still growing. So it must grow, and you need to bring in experts from engineering, from curriculum development, from education, from TVET, from primary school, so that all this mixture then gives you the kind of personnel that you need to drive a national qualification system. And that is very, very important. So that you, for example, in Namibia, you are looking at qualifications, you are looking at accreditation. For us, accreditation belongs to the regulators. So the accreditation of universities is done by Commission for University Education. So, and the accreditation of TVET institutions, we have a TVET authority. And for primary schools, we have another institution, but they sit here. So that what we are saying, the way we have worked in Kenya is that the National Qualification Framework, thank you, the National Qualification Framework sets the national standard on quality assurance or credit accumulation. And then the regulator of universities picks those national standards and domesticates them within the university sector. The TVET authority takes them and domesticates them within the TVET system, so that the quality assurance that you have for primary schools, for secondary schools, for TVET, for university, is the same standard that is coming from the national qualification system or framework. So it's very, very clear then that we do the national, We only develop the framework, and then the regulators take them and implement them within the sectors where they belong. And so if you look at our now, where am I here? Let me go back, and I will not go into all this, but if you look at the Kenyan, I went somewhere. Okay, it went backwards, but it's okay. What happened? Okay, thank you. So the whole system must function, and in the paper you will see that we have given examples of the roles of the South African Qualification Authority. We have given examples of the Angola and what you can do. But I think that generally speaking, the idea behind my talk was to encourage you that you can do it, that it's possible to do it. It's not easy, but you don't have to wait until you are ready, because we are all ready. Start from where you are, build on, learn from your neighbors, because now within the SADC region, I think we nearly have every country within the SADC region with a national qualification framework, and they really deserve accolades on this. We are a little bit slow on the West African side, so I see Senegal here, and I see Cameroon here, and we will be forcing him to talk English, and then he can make a national qualification framework. And so it's very, very important that I think when you look at the West African region, Ghana, Cameroon, Senegal, Liberia, Ivory Coast, there's a bit of slowness. And so part of our involvement here is to pick that region and say, how do we then as a country or as a region continue to really create national qualification frameworks? We get, in Kenya, we get a lot of qualifications from Nigeria, people that have done the West African Examination Council, and also from Cameroon, and we would be happy to see more progress within the West African region. So with those many remarks, let me thank you, and I hope that I've made some difference in the way you think about qualifications. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So we said that this presentation would be connected with a practical exercise. But because our speakers were enthusiastic and spoke a bit longer, we have now limited time for the practical exercise, which is part of the flexibility required in this context. Therefore, let us try to use a Mentimeter that has been created for the online participants, actually, because here we were going to use those questions, and actually I will distribute the questions. You can also reflect. These questions are more for working group conversation. And I see that my friend Naveen is nodding. He wants to do this exercise. So I will distribute the questions in any case. Yes. Questions? I see already some cards. So you can point your mobile phone, as always, to the QR code. There we have 4 questions, but in the interest of time, let us do the first 2 questions. And you will see these are open-ended questions, so you can reply writing either through computer or mobile phone. It's not a multiple choice question. You just reply according to your own views to each one of the questions. So we have, let's say, 15 minutes more or less to do this small exercise. It's a reflection. What are the differences, similarities with your own system? So your own governance system. I see that 6, no, 1 now. Okay. What are the main characteristics of the NQF institution setting or setup in your own country? So whatever the model, the maturity of the framework and the institutional setting, what are the main characteristics? How is it structured? What are the main features, let's say, distinguishing features in your own country? In some countries, we know there is a long experience. In other countries, very limited experience. In some countries, you have a transitory or provisory, maybe institutional setting, it's okay, doesn't matter, because whatever the model, whatever the maturity, how is it now? I see colleagues from Sierra Leone, they have an experience, they are building. It is part of a process. So the role of NCTVA, you can mention, how does it work with stakeholders, for example? What are the main features of this institutional setting, of your framework as it is now, of this process, of this stage? You can, Cameroon, the same thing. Maybe in Cameroon, there is the Ministry of Labor playing a leading role. Is it working? Yeah, okay. So we see there many notes, opinions, views, contributions, saying that the framework is, for example, linked with the Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education, that the framework is in development, that one ministry has a leading role. A board managing, consisting of different stakeholders. There is a problem with the operationalization of the framework. Then Dr. Geneni online says we have the Education and Training Authority, which is a new institution in integrating. We see different institutions from representing different subsectors, a directorate established by TEC. So in one of the countries there are, let's say, sub-frameworks and one national framework integrated in development, work in progress. In Djibouti, the framework is in development, is in construction, stakeholder involvement is mentioned. So an interesting point made there about 10-level framework, and then the contribution or involvement of all the different subsectors. Sylvie, also online, is saying that the national framework is in development in Cameroon. MINEFOP, which is the Ministry of Employment and Vocational Education and Training, coordinates the mobilization of different stakeholders. This is the case of Cameroon. Okay, in one of the Portuguese-speaking countries, maybe it is Guinea-Bissau, I don't know exactly. There is no model yet of governance. We are in the phase of reflection to create the National Qualifications Framework. For the time being, there is a group, a working group supporting the reflection. In Tanzania, thank you for this contribution about Tanzania, TVET focused regulator. We don't know very well how it relates to the NQF. Okay, Eswatini, then there is one entity responsible for the NQF policy integrated. Eswatini Higher Education Council. Thank you, Gabi. Yes, and Seychelles Qualifications Authority here represented. So, thank you. Seychelles Qualifications Authority is governed by the SQA Board, Chief Executive Officer, Secretariat, and the Act, SQA Act, was just reviewed, entered into implementation this year. Thank you. So here we are seeing an NQF with an implementation structure with a long experience and going through a process of review evolution. Okay, so I think in the middle there we have South Africa, a qualifications authority with 3 dedicated quality councils. That's the case of South Africa. They are responsible for assurance of the respective sub-frameworks. We will know much more about this on Thursday when SAQA offers us all this information. Okay. So this is the first question. Thanks for all these contributions. Then, Erika, could you show the second question? So, enablers, the question about factors that enable or hamper the developments and that can hamper, for example, the approval of the drafts of the concept notes, concept papers, the key legislation. And here we have already many contributions. One of them is, for example, low knowledge about the subject, and that was mentioned by Olavo in his presentation. Yes, sometimes certain stakeholders are not sufficiently involved. Okay. There is also a point done there by Sierra Leone, by Mohamed, about training. That's also important, exactly to be able to overcome sometimes some difficulties in understanding or using common language, common concepts, shared views that are necessary. Political goodwill. Well, sometimes the education system being not very well structured, then there can be difficulties, hamper, so barriers related with the traditional education system structure. Franche collaboration. Sometimes the cooperation is not very, is not transparent, let's say, the interactions, and this also hampers then the movement forward. Because there are no common views, sometimes, shared views. Competition. Somebody is mentioning competition among institutions. Certainly interesting. Mary is saying in Kenya, political views may vary and this can also hamper. Then the quality of legislation is also mentioned there. Of course, an important factor is quality human resources, leadership, financing, and policies. Also the impact, the budgetary impact of the qualifications frameworks need to be taken into account, and sometimes this can be a deterrent. Focused and good and focused leadership. And Cameroon says we have not yet reached this stage. But you already know in Cameroon which could be the barriers and the difficulties. And therefore you will take this into account going forward. A competent workforce. Okay. Dr. Janene, very active, says, the 2 ministries, education and labor and skills, have agreed. So this is fundamental as an enabling factor. And I think Mr. Walter Mariam agrees with that. He just smiled, so he agrees. Thank you. Mr. Mr. Moldemariam tomorrow is going to tell us about the Ethiopian National Qualifications Framework, and thanks in advance. Okay, okay. So another one is, let's say, cooperation, collaboration between all the relevant ministries and stakeholders. Different types of stakeholders. Determination of the readiness, preparedness of resources, also important. And sometimes the political level is not sufficiently involved, convinced and supportive, or synergy and coordination not sufficiently well organized and systematic. Sometimes the leadership is not as expected or as required. Disagreements also indicated there. Support by international community of partners, etc. Okay, so here we had 2 questions of the Mentimeter, and I think we had a very good contributions in this technical manner without sitting around the tables. So this time the Mentimeter really has worked and supported our progress with this first day of our training week. And we are going now to session 7, if you all agree. And please note your questions, and bear in mind tomorrow, the first session, 30 minutes, is exactly for questions and answers, for discussion as well. So Naveen, prepare your questions and comments, and all of you. Who remembers what is the 7th session about today? Not Colleen, not you. Who wants to say, what is the session, the last session today about? We are going to have a very prominent international expert, and it's really a very big privilege to have him with us. So our friend, colleague, researcher, expert, who has been working for many years in this domain, Jens Bjornavold from CDFOP. Jens, are you ready? Jens, we can never say enough thank you for all your huge contribution. And it is such a privilege to have you here. Jens is going to retire soon, but we have him. Thank you so much. Please let us give him a round of applause. Jens has already contributed to some of the peer learning activities of the ACQF, and here he is again with us. He's going to tell us about some of the research activities, the online tools, toolbox, related with this question of comparability, comparability, transparency. Jens knows everything about the EQF as nobody else on earth, I would say. So Jens, the floor is yours, and Erika is going to share the presentation, if you don't mind. So you have more or less 45 minutes, and then some minutes also for questions and answers. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure, can I control the slides, or should I just say when you shift?
I just have to use your normal
okay.
The arrows. Good. Try to see if it's working. I think it should.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, it's working. Right. Thank you, Jens.
Okay, I go back to the start. So thank you very much, Eduarda, for this nice presentation. And it's correct, I will retire from CEDEFOP and the European scene, but I will continue to work from my national context. I'm Norwegian, so I won't probably totally disappear, but it's very nice to be able to address this particular setting. And what I'm going to do here is a bit of a mix of different things. I've used the headline here, which is slightly different from what I was asked to do. I say analysis and comparison of qualifications. It's not only about qualification framework, but it's about qualifications in general. And I will speak about the experiences we have made from my institution, Cedefop, but of course this involves, of course, also the work we are doing together with the European institution, the European Commission, and of course, working very closely together with, I would say, more than 40 countries. So it's a very interesting experience, which now has been lasting for more than 20 years. And what I want to do is to share some of our experiences, some of our tools, but also some of our reflections on the challenges and also the opportunities in this particular area. So what I will do is to just give you a brief update on what is the situation as regards to European qualification framework. For the moment, there's 38 countries formally cooperating on the European qualification framework. Actually, if you look back a couple of years ago, the number was higher. The reason for this is Brexit and the withdrawal of the UK from this cooperation. So unfortunately, the UK is no longer involved in this work, which we find a great pity, but I should perhaps add that the UK and colleagues in the UK has done a lot of work related to the national qualification framework and also how it links to the ACQF. So in reality, there are reports, there are kind of technical work which illustrates the relationship of the UK to the European qualification framework. But formally, politically, the UK is no longer part of this work. So 38 countries are currently cooperating, and these are countries from the European Union, the associated countries to the EU, and also candidate countries and the kind of neighboring countries to the EU. So 38 countries. So far in the process, there are 36 countries which are formally referenced or linked to the ACQF. So we are almost complete. This has, of course, taken quite some time. The first kind of political decision on the ACQF was back in 2008, and it has actually taken some years to get to this stage. We hope that the final countries, the missing countries, in particular Spain of the EU, will now start to complete this referencing by this year, early next year, and some of the candidates country, regional neighboring countries are also now making final steps. So I would say by next year, the ACQF, at least as regards these 38 countries, should be complete. The formal referencing, the formal linking to the ACQF of national qualifications framework should have been completed. Just a few things about other things. So 31 countries now introduce reference to ACQF levels on their qualifications, certificates, diploma, Europass, supplements, various kind of ways. So in a way, increasingly, the ACQF is becoming visible to end users, to individuals. This is an important step. Perhaps even more important is that a number of countries, and now a majority of countries, are actually including or referring explicitly to the ACQF in their qualification databases. This is the number 22, I think, is changing all the time. And I think this link between the ACQF and the kind of increasing digitalization of qualifications, the introduction of comprehensive qualification databases covering all qualifications in countries and using the ACQF as an entry point, as a map, is very important, because this, in a way, makes it possible for individuals to actually see, well, what level in the national qualification framework is this particular qualification positioned, how is it comparing to other countries, other institutions. So the development now, and the very quick development and introduction of qualification databases and comprehensive databases, is very important. And the link to the EQF here is very important. So there is it's a very good development in this area. I guess I've said this. I'll just drop the point here. The explicit reference to the EQF in certificates diplomas is important, and you see some examples of it here. It's a very slow process, I would say. I think you have been discussing in a way what are challenges in terms of introducing NQFs. I think in the European setting, one thing is to formally link your national qualification frameworks to the EQF, and of course to develop your national qualification framework. But even such small practical things as kind of introducing a reference to the particular EQF level, NQF levels in a certificate diploma is not so straightforward. It might require legal changes, it might require political agreement. So in a way, it's a very slow process. I'm happy to say that we are making progress and the EQF is coming to a completion. It's becoming more visible to end users, to individuals, to learners, to teachers, to parents. But it has been a slow process. But luckily, I would say at this stage we can say that we are getting closer to what was intended back in 2008 and what was then repeated in 2017 through a revision of the EQF. Of course, the EQF, which was, as I say, developed from 2004 to 2008 and then adopted, was very much a trigger for the development of national qualification frameworks across Europe. Before 2004, when the work on the EQF started, there were not many national qualification frameworks in operation. We had Ireland, we had France, we had the UK. Apart from that, national qualification frameworks did not really exist, was not used as an instrument. So this process, basically starting from 2004, 5, 6, and of course then gaining speed from 2008, has been very important for the development of national qualification framework across the continent. So the majority of the more than 40 national qualification frameworks you find in I think we have competition there, was in a way triggered by the development of the EQF. What we have tried to do now in a more comparative way is to understand what kind of progress is made at national level, to understand what are the conditions for making progress, but also what are the obstacles to making progress. We see the development of NQFs, it's not a linear process. It's more like a spiral, and it's also kind of a non-ending spiral where you start from an explorative stage, you go to design, you adopt. Formal adoption is of course important, but it's very often just the first start. Then you come to an activation stage, and you sort of then enter into a review stage. So you see these circles are actually quite important, and I think they're quite well illustrating what we've seen in Europe, that you of course can focus on this early design, adoption, activation, and becoming operational. But then we see that the national qualification frameworks actually have to be reviewed. They have to be, in some cases, redesigned. They have to move on. A very good example of this is the French national qualification framework, which was there actually before the EQF started. It operated with 5 levels of learning outcomes. What has happened now in the last few years is that the French national qualification frameworks has been revised. It has now 8 levels and is in a way aligned to the European qualification frameworks. So in a way, the French developments have taken note, I would say, of European developments and also the relevance of being able to kind of communicate, to work also with other countries. So I would say that the French national qualification framework as of today is very close to the EQF. Of course, it contains its national specificities, but in terms of being able to communicate with other countries and across the continent and also beyond the continent, I think this revision stage, the redesign stage, has been quite important. The interesting thing, if you look at the French framework, is that, of course, it took a very long time to get to this stage. There were important political discussions. You needed a kind of an agreement on this change from 5 to 8 levels in this case. And I think that is an important reminder that the national qualification frameworks are not only kind of technical instruments, they are also expression of political agreement. They have to be that. If they're going to be efficient, if they're going to be operational, they need to reflect an agreement, a kind of an involvement, a commitment by the key stakeholders. I think the long time it has taken to develop national qualification frameworks, we're speaking about 2 decades from where most countries started to work this, and the continuous discussion, revisions, redesign is actually an indication of this. If this instrument is going to work, it has to reflect agreement, commitment, and involvement of the stakeholders. So it's not only a question of just developing level descriptors and the technical aspects of a framework, it's the kind of political and kind of involvement of stakeholder, commitment of stakeholder here, which is important. So this, in a way, it's just a glimpse into this, but it shows that the darkest part of this map shows kind of countries where national qualification framework are seen to be operational, fully operational, according to the agreements and in a way the criteria we have listed. There's a few countries you see we can see, for example, Italy there, you can see Hungary and so on, Sweden, where there's still work ongoing, where we are speaking about an activation phase, where there are aspects of the national qualification framework still not really fully operational. Of course, this is just a glimpse in a way, because if you use this kind of spiral thinking, all countries will need to revise and redesign their qualification frameworks according to the changing priorities and changing landscape of education, training, and qualifications. For example, Norway, my own country, there is currently now a process starting of a kind of a evaluation of the EQF and reconsideration of how the NQF should play a role, what kind of role the NQF should play in the coming 5 to 10 years. And this is happening in many countries. And it shows that the NQF, to be operational, it's not something you do once for just one time. It's something which is a continuous process, which you, in a way, need to base on the dialogue with stakeholders and the changing perspectives and needs of stakeholders. What I'm going to share with you now, and that will give you the opportunity to look more carefully into or look beyond the headlines I'm giving to you here, is the online tool Cedefop has developed on national qualification framework. You see the web link there. You can go to it and explore it yourself. But what I will do is to go through the main elements on this online tool in a way which somehow gathers and also presents the key findings of the work we have been doing over the last 15 years. Cedefop has been supporting the European Commission and European Union member states systematically in this area for well, more than 15 years. So we have gathered quite a lot of material on it, and this online tool somehow captures a lot of this in this. The first one is that if you go to this, you will find that there's an overview of national qualification frameworks in Europe. This gives a kind of a glimpse, very short glimpse into what is the situation. You see, for example, there is the first one, Albania. It's of course alphabetically listed, and there you will see in a kind of a nutshell, a very kind of a glimpse in a way, what are the main characteristics of this particular national qualification framework. I won't go into the details, but you see in a way what kind of year do we report from, in that case 2020. We also report on the scope of the framework, in this case a comprehensive framework. It's 8 level. We see what kind of domains of knowledge, skills, competences is used. the legal basis, etc., etc. So it gives a short glimpse into this in a way. So if you are wondering, well, what is happening in a particular country, you will get an immediate kind of impression of what is the situation in that country. So that covers certainly the 38 countries which are now part of the EQF. It will, in addition, cover the UK, England, Scotland, and Wales, or England, Northern Ireland, and Wales. So it's actually a little bit more than only the 38 formally linked to the EQF. This kind of overview is then linked to a detailed inventory of national qualification framework. Here you can see what kind of stage the different NQFs have reached. Is it an explorative stage, design stage? Is it an adaptation? Is it activating? Is it operational? Or is it now moving into a review stage? The thing is constructed. You just click on the map to see what is happening, and then you can actually go into each single NQF, and then we are speaking about really going into the detail of the national qualification framework. In the online tool, it's currently the reports from 2018 and 2020. We are currently, together with the member states, the European Commission, and also the ETF, working on an update. So we expect that a revised, updated version of this will be online, I would say, beginning of 2023. We have been somehow delayed by COVID and all these kind of things, but certainly in spring 2023, the next version of this. But I would say that the current data from 2020 are, I think, of a good quality. They have been discussed with and also approved of the authorities and the stakeholders in each country. So it's not only kind of CEDEFOP's views, but it is also kind of reflecting the real situation, so that there is a kind of a common understanding of the description of the NQF. This tool also allows for comparison of national qualification frameworks. And this is in a way interesting because it goes into the more detailed chapters. It looks at, you can, for example, compare the policy objectives, the levels, the learning outcomes, or how learning outcomes are used, the stakeholder involvement, the way, let's say, validation or recognition of prior learning is addressed, the issues regarding implementation impact, the referencing to the EQF, but also the kind of future plan. So in a way, this comparison tools, if you're interested in a particular thing, ranging from the legal arrangement to the kind of issues regarding impact, is a way where you can select countries and particular aspect to look at that. There is also, and this is something which is developing, and where CEDEFOP is in close cooperation with the European Commission to take forward, is that we want this tool also to be able to go into single qualification types and single qualifications which are covered by obviously the NQF, but also then linked to the EQF. This is a bigger project where we are trying to also see what is the link between our websites and the Europass websites, and it requires more work, but gradually we hope that also through our site, but of course also through the national databases and through the European sites, it would be possible for individuals to actually compare qualifications, to actually see what kind of level are they on, but importantly, what is the profile, what is the content in terms of learning outcomes of these qualifications, so that you can get an impression, is this the right thing for me? Is the qualification I've gained in one country comparable to qualification in another country, etc., etc. So I think this is in a way pointing to the future, where the qualification frameworks and the way they are presented in databases actually allows you it gives you a sort of a map. It's sort of like a Google map where you can zoom in on a particular qualification and you can go deeper and deeper, and not only to the level, but also to the content and the profile, and to understand in a way how it relates to others. So this is, I think, an illustration, and this is of course just kind of very early starts towards that kind of Google map for qualifications, where you are allowed to go deeper and to look for the details you want to see. We certainly think this is the future correct way to deal with comparison and comparability and transparency, that the individuals, the individual learners need to be able to have these tools available in order to plan, in order to manage their own lifelong learning careers. So this is an element of that wider process, but it's something you should explore. So that's the EQF, the thinking about evolution of national qualification framework. It's the tools we are providing, and we hope you will use it. Because it's limited to Europe, but I think it contains some important experiences on the strengths, the limitations of qualification frameworks. I think we gradually, because we see the NQFs, the EQF as important instrument, but these instruments, of course, operate in a much wider context of education, training, labor market policies. So we need always to be careful not to see these instruments in too isolated a way. We always need to see them in context. And I think some of our tools, some of our analysis will in a way help to illustrate that. And the qualification frameworks are of no value if there is no kind of commitment, if there's no buy-in of the stakeholders, if it doesn't have a role in relation to other policies and practices in the countries or in the continent. And I think that's important for also the thinking about the African continental qualification framework. What I want to finalize my intervention on is perhaps going a little bit deeper into, which is going beyond the qualification frameworks, European or national. It is give you a little bit of glimpse into work we have been doing more research-wise on comparing the content of qualifications. In a way, the methodological challenges and opportunities which are facing us when we try to understand, when we are trying to compare qualifications from different countries, different institutions. So why is this important? Well, we think it's important for obviously of international reasons in a way. When you move from one country to another, of course, you need to bring with you your skills, your qualifications, and it's important to compare it. Another thing we see as very important is that countries all the time are faced with the challenge of reviewing and renewing their qualifications. We see that this comparative methodology, comparing qualifications between countries, actually gives a lot of insight into different priorities, different approaches to how you develop a qualification. For example, when you have a qualification ICT service technician or a bricklayer or a nursing assistant, what kind of skills competence are given priority in that particular country? Is it very different from another country? Is it something we can learn? Is it that some countries have perhaps made choices which we find interesting at national level? So I think the comparison of qualification is important, both for, in practical terms, mobility and transferability of qualifications across borders, institutional and national, but also for learning, for reviewing, for renewing the qualification system. So learning from each other across borders, we think, is quite important. So just a few glimpses into this. What we have been doing from basically 2016 and onwards, we had several projects. We had one project 16-17 where we compared 10 vocational qualifications in 10 EU countries. We took that forward together with the European Training Foundation and UNESCO in 2017, where we took 4 of these qualifications and compared them in 26 countries. Some of the countries are present in this current training context. I'm not going into this, but this just shows in a way, this is from the joint project, the 26 countries. No, this is from the 26 countries. So what we did was to really try to compare using skills terminology, which has been developed in Europe, so-called ESCO, and where we really compare the national curricula in these areas to see what are they covering, what are they not covering. Because we do not pretend that this ESCO reference point is perfect, but it gave us an opportunity at a very detailed level to see what kind of priorities do countries have in particular, so to say, occupations. A rather complex issue, but still it gave us quite a lot of insights into what is given priority to, what is not given priority. Is priority given to the specific technical occupational skills? Is there a lot of priority given to transversal skills, in a way, communication, teamwork, problem solving, these kind of things? What is the balance between these aspects? So I don't think we pretend that this was a perfect exercise, but it illustrated some very interesting differences, similarities, and also it illustrated that there are important common elements across countries in vocational qualification, but of course there are also very important differences. So the lessons we had from this early was that comparison at this very detailed level, and then we go very much beyond the simple levels, so like the one we find in the NQFs or the EQF or the ACQF. We could see that comparison is certainly possible and it supports mutual learning. What we also observe is that this analysis of content is extremely labor intensive and perhaps prevents its kind of wider use. We also observe that the comparison requires very robust references or kind of terminological reference points. And we raised the question, is it possible for us to automate this analysis? Can we in a way approach this in a way which makes it more accessible to national authorities, to researchers, to various kind of stakeholders? So this in a way was a kind of a starting point for a kind of a big project we launched in 2018, which has been running until 2022, which is the Comparing Vet Qualification Study, where we are trying to work towards a European methodology for comparing vocational education and training qualifications. And I would emphasize it, we are not comparing the institutions as such, but we are trying to compare the content, the profile of these qualifications. So the issue here, and I don't want to go into detail in a way, is that we are really addressing a research bias in this area. A lot of focus is on the skills demand in the labor market. Much less attention is actually paid to how this skills demand is translated into curricula, into programs, into qualifications and programs. So in a way, how can we improve? And that is where the comparative methodology comes in. How can it support this translation of labor market skills demand into curricula, into programs, into qualifications? We also saw that there is a kind of a focus on, the predominant focus is on institutions. What kind of institutions? Who are the ones delivering qualifications in one country, who are not delivering? What is the difference? Very little comparative research is actually on the content of the programs, of the qualifications. What kind of knowledge, what kind of skills, what kind of broader competences are actually contained, and how are these mixed? What is the role of general subjects? What is the role of transversal skills competences in qualifications, and how is that changing? How is that made more relevant to the labor market needs? So our research was to try to develop methodologies at national, international level to try to make it possible to do this, and to in a way support the policymaker, but also practitioners in a way in involving and developing programs. And in a way, I go quicker here. The research challenge, just to summarize it, is really focused on three areas. There is the validity. How can you actually capture the essence in a real way of the qualifications in the countries? Can you trust it? Can we have a reliability in the comparison of countries? But also, not least, the scalability. Is it possible to develop methodologies which have where you can have the speed and the capacity to actually cover what is actually very complex descriptions of qualifications and very different qualifications. So what we did is actually in four, and first of all, we explored a reference point for analyzing and comparing qualifications. I think this is important work. There is a separate report on that in a way. It's looking into the European ESCO, but it's also looking in at the US Onet and other possible reference points. So we show in a way how the reference point for comparison can operate. We also explored what kind of national data exist. How can we support and kind of gather those national data? How can they feed into automated solutions? And we also looked at how this kind of data can support the labor market or the feedback loop between education and labor market. And then there is a kind of methodological synthesis, a toolbox, which has been developed. And all this you can find, because I don't have the time to go into it, but I really invite you to have a look at the synthesis report of this, which is a report which was published now half a year ago, which is called Comparing Vocational Education and Training Qualification Towards Methodologies for Analyzing and Comparing Learning Outcomes. And I think that gives a lot of insights into how to go beyond the qualification frameworks. The qualification frameworks are very useful, very important instrument. But if we are saying that, well, we want to understand better the content, the similarities, the differences between qualifications, the single qualifications, the qualifications, so to say, to be acquired by individuals, which are held by individuals and used by employers, well, then we need actually to really improve our research methodologies. This work now, and it's quite interesting. I'm going tomorrow to present some of the key findings of this work in the OECD, because the OECD is now preparing the kind of international assessment of vocational qualifications, or what is the kind of PISA vet in a way, follow-up of the PISA, but in the area of vocational education and training. And some of our findings on how to compare qualifications is actually, I think, quite important here. And it shows that there is an international dialogue on comparison of, and also assessment of qualifications, in this case, vocational qualification, but I think that is relevant also in other areas of the education and training system. So basically, this was what I wanted to present. I've tried to go through the situation in TQF, some reflections on the NQFs, but also to say that this is not the end of the story. If we're going to address these things, we also need to be prepared to go into a much kind of more detailed level where the comparison of the content, the profile of qualifications is at our, so to say, is given attention more than it has. And it is also about addressing a bias that we easily look at the institutions, the delivery, which is important, of course, but we also need to look at the outcomes, the skills, the competences. And some of our work, I think, illustrate this, and I think that is enough. I think I used enough time, and I'm happy to respond to questions. So, Eduardo.
Thank you very much, Jens, for the presentation and for a very comprehensively and clearly explain the various topics. And I think everybody was interested also in the last one on comparison. And I think it has been said already throughout the day how important it is that there is common language, common understanding, and certainly comparison in the way you are now doing and exploring further with a very substantial methodological basis and testing and use of taxonomies can be of interest going forward also on the African continent, where integration, recognition are important topics. I would like then to ask everybody to give a round of applause to Jens and I hope we hope to keep talking with you, Jens, when you go now into your new adventure, and that the Norway going back to Norway is not going at all to be a bigger distance from us, let's say. Thanks a lot, Jens. Please stay online because there will be some questions. We have here many representatives from national qualifications authorities, from agencies, councils dealing with higher education quality assurance, coordination units, and we have, if I'm not mistaken, if he's still in the room, also from the Addis Recognition Convention. We have also regional qualifications frameworks here present. So colleagues, use this opportunity, please, to raise your questions very, very specifically. So you can simply use your microphone and please ask your specific questions to Jens. We have still 10-15 minutes for this exchange. Who would like to ask a first question, either about comparison or referencing, or maybe that study of 26 countries that featured countries, of course, from the African continent? Please, Dr. Mukwana. Dr. Mukwana is going to ask a question. He is the CEO of Kenyan National Qualifications Authority. Please, Dr. Mukwana.
So thank you so much, Yen, and the presentation you've made is very, very elaborate. I have not looked at a detailed comparison, but I think the work that you're doing is really useful for even curriculum developers to see which aspects of, if we are talking about ICT or human resource or supply chain, that we are able to develop curricula that then is able to cover similar things, so that that will allow students to really progress. What I did not understand is, does this comparison go level by level, or it goes profession by profession? Like, for example, do we look at ICT level 3, ICT level 4, and see what is missing, or how are you comparing it? And is such a thing visible?
So, Jens, I think you got the question. Yes, it's about
Yes.
what are the objects of this case. Maybe anyone else would like to ask a question, and then Jens can address two questions. Yes, please. Dr. Abdallah Baguma from Rwanda also has a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I just appreciated the work on comparison of qualifications. I was only excited to know that the comparison has been on VET qualifications. So my question is, would you recommend a comparison at national level of the VET qualifications vis-a-vis the general higher education? Here I am talking in terms of national planning, because to manage, to avoid duplication, because we know the labor market outside there is not yet strong to differentiate between VET qualification and the general higher education. Thank you.
Yeah. Eduardo, do you want me to respond? I think I lost the sound. I cannot hear anything from the room now.
Pardon, was there any question you raised?
I'm not sure. I cannot hear anything from the room. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to?
You can. We can hear you, Jens.
Should I respond now to the?
Yes. Do you hear us now?
Now I can hear you. Yes. Yes.
Okay. You can take the floor. Yes.
Yeah, just to the two questions which I got. There might have been a third which I didn't get, but the two. Our colleague from Kenya rightly commented on the relevance of this to curriculum development, and that's exactly how we see it. And that is also something we are giving very high priority now, how these methodologies can actually support curriculum development. If you go to our website, we just before the summer holiday published a report where we are analyzing national, well, in this case, vet curricula, how they developed since 2000 or the last 20 years and so. And the interesting thing about that study is that it really shows how national curricula in this area has changed and evolved over the years, how learning outcomes are used and how the dialogue between labor market and education is somehow changing. I think that's an interesting report for you to have a look at, because it shows how this kind of comparative methodology in a way is relevant for this concrete task at national level to develop and to review and renew curricula. I think there was a question then about what is the object of comparison. What we have been doing in our studies is, of course, to look at qualifications. We start by looking at particular areas. The 10 qualifications we compared originally in Europe was trying to cover the relevance to different parts of the labor market, from the traditional kind of craft qualifications via more industry qualifications to the services, also personal services. That was very important. From there on, we then went in to try to analyze, to identify qualification titles of relevance. What we then did was to check, in a way, are these covered by the EQF, NQF, so that we could kind of make sure that the level was comparable. We also used ISCED, or the International Standard Classification of Education, to kind of cross-check in terms of their institutional belonging. So there were a lot of steps taken to try to identify qualifications which are comparable in terms of levels, in terms of title, and in terms of their kind of location in the labor market. I think this provides us with a starting point, but in a way you can read also in our reports how we did this. It is not straightforward in a way. You can always be kind of fooled by the headline of a qualification. It doesn't always signal that this is comparable to a qualification with a similar headline in another country. So you need actually to be quite careful about the object of comparison, so not to compare apples to bananas or pears. So that is an important aspect. Then there was this question regarding, well, I mean, of course, CEDEFOP is an institution with responsibility for research and advice on vocational education training in general in Europe. So of course our focus is on vocational education training. On the other hand, vocational education training is changing. So in a way, when we work, we focus on qualifications basically at all levels, from level 1 to level 8 of the EQF. The role of higher level, let's say, vocational professional education is increasing and is very important. So in a way, it's not so easy perhaps now to draw the dividing line between what is vocational education training and well, general higher education, yes, but there's a lot of gray zones in between there. And I think that is reflected in our research. We are trying to not start by looking at the institutional title, but we are starting to look at what is the content of this qualification, this program. What is the mix of, let's say, general subjects in a way? What is the role of occupational or technical specific skills? What is the role of more general competences, transversal competences, communication, teamwork, and so on. So that is our focus. And I think that reflects our effort to try to avoid this bias, not only to focus on the institutional headlines categories, but actually to try to look at qualifications more in general, to understand how they are designed, how they are balanced, how they are mixed, and how they respond to labor market needs. So a complex answer, but I think that is the reality. Then I might have missed one question because I was kind of in the silence for a few minutes, for a minute or so.
Thanks, Jens. Any additional question from, please, tu peux appuyer le bouton du microphone, voilà. C'est d'abord les dames, la Tunisie. Allez, vas-y, s'il te plaît. Tu appuies le bouton rouge parce que c'était ensemble. C'était la Tunisie et la République démocratique du Congo ensemble.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Monsieur Jens, pour la présentation. En fait, j'ai deux questions. La première, lorsqu'on aborde un peu la question de cadres nationaux de certification, les cadres régionaux et tout ça, il y a deux concepts qui se rapprochent et qui sont abordés des fois dans le même contexte. C'est la comparabilité et le référencement. Est-ce qu'il y a vraiment une différence entre ces deux concepts-là? La deuxième question, vous avez dit tout à l'heure que lorsqu'on parle de comparabilité entre les certifications, il y a des spécificités pour, c'est-à-dire d'un pays, pour parler d'un pays à un autre, que ce n'est pas vraiment la même méthodologie qui est adoptée. Mais est-ce qu'il y a des critères qu'on doit satisfaire pour dire que cette comparabilité, elle inspire de la confiance? Merci.
Jens, did you get?
I must say I did not get that. It was. Could you just? No, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't get that.
Oui, moi c'est M. Zawadi, je suis de la République démocratique du Congo. Je voulais poser des petites questions. Je voulais savoir les cadres, la certification de l'enseignement et formation technique et professionnelle et celui de l'enseignement primaire et secondaire sont des certifications différentes pour notre pays. Alors, je voulais savoir, quand nous allons implémenter les cadres nationaux de certification et qualification, doit-on refondre la certification relative seulement à la formation professionnelle ou nous devons prendre les deux à compte pour refondre et créer un cadre unique de certification? Parce que je crois que nous devons définir les passerelles d'entrée entre les
So there is a small technical problem, Jens.
There is a problem because I've been now going between translation and others, and I really have problems in getting.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais savoir, maintenant que nous allons être notre cadre national de certification de qualification, sera-t-il la prise en compte des certifications ou bien nous allons atteler à la certification de l'enseignement et formation technique et professionnelle pour fixer notre cadre, et c'est cette cadre-là qui va s'ouvrir à la certification au niveau de l'enseignement primaire et secondaire général? Ça, c'est la première question, parce que c'est notre cas. Et puis, Dédé, comment est-ce que nous allons définir les passerelles d'entrée entre les systèmes de la formation professionnelle? Parce qu'un apprenant qui a fait la formation professionnelle aujourd'hui peut aspirer à faire l'enseignement général pour entamer les études universitaires. Comment est-ce que nous allons définir ces cadres-là, les passerelles entre les deux systèmes qui gèrent l'éducation? Donc, c'est ça ma petite question pour en savoir un peu plus.
Okay, now it's clear. Yeah.
Jens, did you get these
Eduardo, do you
questions?
want me to
Can
respond to
you hear
this?
us? Well, Jens, did you hear these questions?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was, no, finally it got through. So that's good. So I can respond to that. Sorry for this confusion. So I think my general reaction here is that, of course, from a European experience, very important has been the development of comprehensive national qualification framework. We do not want to limit the qualification framework to one particular sector of education training. I think that's been essential from the beginning. So exactly the link between, let's say, vocational qualifications or what we call TVET qualifications, higher education, is really essential in a way. And I think that is where the qualification frameworks actually can provide the support. People who want to let's say develop their lifelong learning careers, for example, starting by a vocational qualification or of some kind, and to further develop that, be that in higher education or in other parts of education and training, but also the other way around, people with general higher education who wants to add vocational skills to their, which is increasingly happening in some countries. So this kind of transferability, the links between different forms of qualifications can be illustrated, can be helped, can be the kind of barriers can somehow be addressed through the national qualification framework. It's not the only solution, but it's an important way of making visible the relationship. So I think for us it has been very important, the comprehensive perspective and the links between, for example, TVET and general higher education and also other qualifications. Okay.
We don't see additional hands raised for more questions. I don't know, Alpha, votre question, est-ce qu'elle a été bien répondue? Yeah. So there was a question raised by Alpha from Tunisia about the, let's say, the credibility of comparison exercises, given the fact that there are different aspects that need to be taken into consideration. So if you could say an additional word about comparison, how to make it, how to prove the results of comparison, and bearing in mind the complexity of factors.
Yeah. No, I think that's a relevant question, because the usefulness of this kind of exercises very much depends on the credibility, as you call it. You could also call it the validity of the data being collected and compared in a way. So one of the things we have been doing, that's a couple of years back in relation to the EQF and the EQF advisory group, was that we had an exercise called horizontal comparison, where we looked at, I think, more than 30 different European qualifications which had been linked to the EQF to test whether the levels which had been assigned in the EQF could be, so to say, were credible or not credible. During that process, we actually went quite in detail into how the learning outcomes are described in the countries, how context is described, which factors influence the quality of these comparative descriptions. That's an interesting report, because I think the conclusion was that overall the leveling through the EQF and using the EQF descriptors, and of course then through the national qualification framework, overall seemed to have worked quite well. There was a good, to say, alignment to the relevant levels. So it was in a way positive, but it also illustrated all the kind of methodological and also, I would say, conceptual terminological challenges related to this comparison. So I think we need to be serious about this credibility and also validity, reliability of this comparison. But I think the general conclusion we are drawing is that it is possible to do this comparison, and the results of this comparison are actually quite useful for example, for curriculum development, for understanding, in a way, the priorities set in a countries, between countries, and in the end, hopefully also for individuals who are moving between countries or moving between institutions. So, no, it's a good question. The credibility is something we need to focus on, but it's possible to, at least to some extent, overcome the problems from it.
Thank you very much, Jens, for your contribution, for the responses. There is still a final question to you, Jens, and this question comes from Cape Verde, from the coordination unit of the National Qualification System, and this is Amilcar. Amilcar, podes usar aí o microfone da mesa, tens que carregar no botão. Amilcar is going to speak in Portuguese, Jens. Amilcar is going to speak in Portuguese, and so you need to use your interpretation device there on Zoom. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer pela excelente explanação. Eu queria fazer duas questões. A primeira é gostaria de saber qual é a importância da definição dos currículos com base em resultados da aprendizagem na comparação das qualificações, e como é que e os currículos que não estão definidos com base em resultados da aprendizagem poderão também, como é que nós poderemos fazer essa comparação tendo esses currículos que não estão? Podem ser considerados também na comparação os currículos que não estão definidos com base em resultados da aprendizagem.
I think that's your favorite topic, Jens, learning outcomes. Thanks.
So should I just respond to that? Yeah. Learning outcomes, I think I referred to a report which we published now just before summer holidays, looking at national curriculum in the vocational education training field in Europe in the last 2 decades. The interesting thing of that report, it shows how the use of learning outcomes have, in a way, increased and improved in a way. There is more a common language used where the focus is what is expected from the learner, what is expected from the student, pupil, and less what is expected from the teacher in a way. Not that the teacher's role is not important, but when you formulate the learning outcomes-based curricula, you also need to, and you in particular need to have a focus what is expected by the learner. And there is a very clear tendency in this direction. There is a more systematic use of learning outcomes. And this is important for many reasons in a way, because it gives a certain precision in terms of for the teacher, yes, for the student, but also for parents, for employers in a way. It broadens, in a way, the perspective of qualification. More stakeholders from different angles can actually understand what is expected from this particular qualification. So in that sense, the use of learning outcomes with a focus on the individual expectations is very important in terms of being able to improve qualifications. So I would very strongly argue that it is important. And for example, if you're going to take into account recognition of prior learning, the learning at work, in voluntary, at home in a way, this learning outcomes perspective is essential in a way. The non-formal sector, the non-formal learning is, then you need a learning outcomes perspective. So the question then, should you not take into account curricula which are based on more perhaps a traditional approach? Of course, you need to take that into account, but I think this in a way then as a discussion for the next renewal in a way, how could you then build on the existing ones and take them forward? How could you learn from this different perspective we are speaking about? So I think from our side, and you see that in the recently published handbook on learning outcomes, which was published now also this spring. So it's a revised version. It very much goes into depth on national curricula and in a way argues for the strengths of actually using this approach. Also consult that updated handbook on the writing and definition of learning outcomes, because we see that as highly relevant to the curriculum development. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jens. So I think we now close this session. Jens, you are most welcome to join the rest of the training program. If you look at the agenda and you see some sessions that are of interest, please join. You have the link. If you have time, please do it. We will be most pleased. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And we stay in touch.
Yeah, we will. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
for
Thank
having
you,
me.
Jens.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Tak, tak. So many thanks, everybody, colleagues, participants, for all the questions and the reflections that were made here. I think there was a very good question coming from République démocratique du Congo, and this question can be explored and discussed throughout the week. It's a very fundamental one. So it's a question for this, exactly for this audience. And you have here lots of African experiences, very valuable, that can be used and serve as a reference for your own development and your own reflection about the scope of the framework you want to build. And maybe this is also a question for Cameroon. It's also a question for Guinea-Bissau. So those countries that are initiating these first steps. Now we still have a couple of minutes for questions, and particularly questions addressed to the various speakers, the other speakers, especially those who are in the room now. And I'd like to ask Sagal, please, to help. Sagal, can you read what questions do we have there on day one? Yeah.
Okay, question one. Hello, everyone. I would like to suggest that we add Sudan and South Sudan in the trends of these countries that want to start their national qualifications framework. So a comment.
Very good.
A doctor wrote this. These, I am so sorry. Can you help
Who
me?
wrote?
Okay.
Is this Naveen?
Okay. I'm so sorry. Let me give this one.
Now you've embarrassed me.
I'm so sorry.
My mother was always right. She said I had the most ugliest of writing. She used to say, you put a spider in ink and then let it crawl. That was my writing. Sorry about that. Actually, in some ways, Eduardo, you had kind of responded to the issue around budgets. And I just wanted to actually extend that question. And I was talking about, and this is for everybody, is there any correlation between government spending and NQFs? So where you have NQFs and they've been very successful, is there any evidence that government spending on education sector and education budgets have actually increased? Now, the reason why I'm asking this question is because in 2013, I was trying to do a little bit of my own little bit of research, quick and dirty research, using World Bank figures on government spending on the education sector, whatever it is. But so I took that list and compared it in 2013 to the list of countries that were either in the operation phase or they were beginnings. And I was actually not able to see there any kind of correlation. It was not very clear. And I was now, so many years later, almost 10 years later, I wonder if we actually have data or evidence on that. And if we don't, maybe it's something to think about. It goes back to what Dr. Makwana was saying. Why do we have the NQF? For whom? For what reason? Is there a link with improved learning, improved teaching, things like that? So I know it's a very tricky area because we're talking about advocacy in some ways. How do you advocate political will into this whole process? So it was just, I guess it was a comment and a question. Thanks.
Hello, thank you. My name is Mading and I'm from South Sudan. And I would like to appreciate all the presenters for the elaborate presentations. My concern is about variations in the qualifications. When you see the national qualification, regional, and even continental, you see a lot of variations. So I'm wondering whether there could be strategies in minimizing those variations. Thank you very much.
Thanks for this question. And any addition? Let me use the microphone. This microphone is very slow to connect. Any additional comment or question? Thanks for this question. Okay. Oh, yes, Dr. Baguma, please.
Thank you. Mine is just an appreciation actually, because I remember during the launch event in Addis Ababa, and then what you shared in terms of the status since that time. So one, I am already seeing the results of the aspirations of the ACQF. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. You correct me, because since that time we have several changes in terms of either revision, designing, development, etc. And then the second one is the extent to which the different stages, starting from, okay, the exploration, the design, the development, etc. Maybe a kind of reflection, the extent to which some of these phases are mutually exclusive,
Okay, yeah.
So you have a qualification framework passed. And remember, Dr. Juma told us, please, you start from where you are, you can never be ready. But then we have these stages. So I can give an example like Rwanda. So we have this beautiful integrated QF. Personally, as a person who chaired its revision, I say, oh my God, it is beautiful, but how much are we going to benefit from this? So those stages, it will be great to have a mechanism to determine at what extent are you in this phase, but also the residue of a certain phase. I don't know if it is clear, but that's me just thinking loud. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So the questions we have here are broad questions, and we had said exactly that we reserve this kind of Q&A sessions for these more elaborate, sophisticated, tricky, let's say, questions. So the question about comprehensive versus partial subsector-oriented framework has already been discussed a little bit during the day. It's a question coming from République Démocratique du Congo. And I think, as I just said, we have the week to continue discussing this question. And we can even listen to specific questions you might have. You could get a sort of consultancy reference opinions from this entire group. So I'm telling this to the colleagues from RDC or DRC. Then Sudan and South Sudan, you mentioned the fact that you want to be more clearly integrated in this mapping of qualifications frameworks by countries. Yes, of course. So far, we did not have enough information, but now finally we have direct contact thanks to IGAD, basically, and that's already a kind of a very good fruit, if we can say, of the regional qualifications framework, just starting. So most welcome, and we can talk much more with both of you in order to include information, if there are updates and different activities. The question on budgets or spending versus impact, it's a little, you have microphone on the table. On the table. Yes, it's better. This one is a tricky one.
Don't put it away. They can hear online.
It's on. It is if it's
Oh,
red.
okay. I think with the regard to that question, it's possible. I think the answer. I think it was Naveen, not Bakuma. The answer could be yes, and the answer could be no. If I use the example of Kenya, we did not have a qualification framework, but then when it came up, it has been supported very, very generously by the government. So our current budget, for example, is about $3 million a year. But the budget of the ministry has not changed. So the budget for the whole ministry, so it's a framework that is being supported, but the rest of the education system, the budget remains the same. So I suspect maybe other people could contribute. Zambia is here, maybe Botswana, but it could vary from one country to another. That's what I would say.
Thank you. So the question is, first, do we have enough data? Do we have a methodology to assess impact of such a thing as a national qualifications framework? And what is it that we really want to know when we talk about contribution or impact? There is this discussion also. Is it contribution? Is it impact? Can we really identify and distinguish impact in such a complex ecosystem, yeah, of just one tool? And then the actual working of the national qualifications framework depends on all the rest. It's not only an institution called an authority, it's all the rest, as we know. And Julie said it, and we have been showing all the time this ecosystem approach. So there are here a number of questions, but that's certainly a very important question. And when we speak about monitoring and evaluation as one of the important functions that needs to be put in place early on, when a qualifications framework is elaborated and starts implementation, that's critical. Often we forget. We start things, we don't have any indicators, any monitoring and evaluation, and there we go. And then what do you know about the steps, the direction, the wrong things, how to correct them, etc., etc. So it comes also to this element of putting in place monitoring and evaluation, learning to use data. Sometimes I think whether we have always enough data and whether we are ready to work on that. So that's one thing. Just a second, Dr. Mokwan. Yeah. And if we talk about regional or we have the experience of South Africa has maybe the national qualifications framework most studied and evaluated even in the world. Yes, there are others following suit in Europe, for example. In fact, there are not many good examples of this kind of analysis. So your question is really very, very pertinent, and I would say it needs to be addressed systematically, systemically, and with methodology and seriousness. It's not just about thinking that it is like that, but with the necessary foundations, data also. So you will be the guardian of this question, Naveen, because I have heard you already ask it in other occasions. So it is there worrying you, and it should worry all of us. So let's keep it, and let's make the ACQF, for example, work on that it is one of the components. And so Naveen, you will be instructing us not to forget monitoring, evaluation, impact assessment, etc. Yes. Yes.
I had something small.
Yes.
Just on the budget, I think that there was a question also that was raised, I think was by Sudan, on the role of development partners in developing a national qualification system. I think that development partners are important, but a national qualification system is such a local thing that I think if you rely mostly on donors or partners, then it will collapse after that. So I think part of buying in is to get budget within the country. I'm not saying you can't get from outside, but if you look at it, because it's fairly controversial, sometimes it can be, as we said, we have many stakeholders with different interests. I think that the higher the local budget support, the more likely you will succeed. But if it's brought in by international or somebody else, I think as soon as the funding goes, then of course the issues, more issues will come up than you think. So it will be good that you have funding from your government, since these are government initiatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mukwana. It's always very important about the sustainability based on the local, let's say, national resources, and also the national aspirations, strategies, etc. South Sudan. Mike, you asked about variations in the, let's say, landscape panorama of qualifications, diversity, basically, if we can say. So, and whether there are strategies, or there could be strategies to a little bit clarify and maybe eliminate a little bit the biases or difficulties coming out of this diversity, yes? Okay, that's a question also for everybody. And I think that this diversity can also be seen as an opportunity from one side, yes, the diversity meaning also correspondence to national, local, regional needs, specificities and aspirations, possibilities, traditions, etc. And of course, from the other side, there are evidently tools or structures of NQFs that can help maybe reduce a little bit noise coming from diversity, noise, but not necessarily standardize, basically. Let me say the word standardize. We are talking often about convergence, about mutual understanding, about comparability and ways to get to this comparability. We are talking even about harmonization, and this harmonization needs also to be defined. But that's a question for everybody, and I think it's a very important question. What is it that is wrong with diversity, if there is something wrong? What is the noise that this creates, diversity, and how can the national qualifications authorities, ministries, stakeholders, etc., speak with each other with some common language and common understanding of what this or that means in this dynamics of mobility, of portability of skills and qualifications between countries. So this is a question for everybody. In my view, diversity has a big opportunity in a way, particularly because we are in a changing world, very strongly changing transformation. And so diversity can help even respond to this change. I'm not against diversity, but against the noise that can be attached to diversity. Yes, this has to be dealt with. And what are the strategies and tools or approaches that we could recommend when responding directly to Mike? What would your thoughts be? I look at James Mwewa, I look at Miriam, I look at Seychelles. Seychelles has been very calm today, but I know tomorrow they will be very, very activated. I look at Gabi and I look at France. France has something to say about this, I know, France. What is it that can be done to reduce the noise and confusion that can be created in a context of great diversity, whereby diversity is not bad per se? I know that you like this kind of question.
Thank you so much. You've put me on the spot now. But fortunately, we have gone through similar experiences on other fora. Noise will always be there as long as people don't understand entirely what is expected from them. So the first thing we need to do is to understand who are the stakeholders, what are their needs, and how do we address those needs. But we must also remember, whilst we are doing that, the stakeholders' expectations and needs are not static. They are dynamic. Quality is a moving target, as it were. So first thing is we communicate, we make people to understand what it is. Secondly, we get teams and focus on low-hanging fruit. Those things that we can easily use, where students can see the benefit of quality and mobility of what they hold. And then for those countries which are slightly behind in terms of implementation, for example, the others should be prepared to help without being prescriptive. And lastly, GIZ should continue doing what they are doing. Ne? Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. Franz, as you know, is CEO of Namibia Qualifications Authority, a long experience. So thanks, Mike. Your question is really good. Thank you. Who else would like to say? I know Julie wants also to speak about this, and James.
Thank you, Eduarda. I think I've been listening to the conversation today with interest. And I think the biggest complexity and challenge is you trying to do two things in parallel: developing country qualifications frameworks and a continental one. Ideally, it would have been one should follow the other, but we don't have the time or the luxury to do that. So it's a chicken and egg situation, and I think it's something we need to talk about and learn from the European context. Does every country have to have a qualifications framework in order to have a continental framework? In Europe, there are countries that we know of that don't have a qualifications framework, but yet work with a European framework to do whatever referencing and evaluation across borders. So I think it's something that needs to be deliberated on. Can I just be frank? I think it's easier to establish a continental framework than deal with the politics of individual countries in their developing their framework and fast tracking that and hoping it'll happen before this. So it's a real chicken and egg situation. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for this point, Julie. It's also again a question of dynamics of different levels, national, regional, continental, differences of national frameworks, etc. Thanks a lot. Maybe I'd like just to react by saying that even when countries do not have an established national qualifications framework, they have something. They might, and they certainly have something like an implicit framework, and that's the basis for development. And colleagues, for example, Mike and colleagues from Sudan and South Sudan, they are in that category. Cameroon, DRC as well. They have a basis. They have a system with their qualifications described with laws, etc. And what Senegal, what they want to do is moving towards a framework integrated, that speaks to these other kinds of frameworks. So in any case, thanks very much for the point about what comes first in a way, yes? Thank you so much. James, you can use the table microphone.
Thank you so much, Eduarda. I think for me, I look at the noise around the diversity in qualifications as being necessary noise. You know, we are in a world where things are never the same everywhere. So that allowance for diversity to exist does serve the various needs of respective countries. However, I think for us, the worry should be not only diversity of the content of qualifications, but rather the general expected learning outcomes of qualifications. And I feel that is why interventions such as the ACQF comes in handy. Thank you.
Very much, James, for this point. So James is emphasizing, let's say, the importance of learning outcomes. They can. I have been in a recent policy forum on learning outcomes, and some stakeholders from the world of work were saying learning outcomes are actually can be like a GPS in a qualifications framework or a qualification system. They can be GPS for learners, for educators, for employers, for qualification standard developers, etc. And maybe this comes a little bit to your point then. So reducing noise in this manner. And I want to ask also my friend Abdou, because I see that he's nodding, he has something to say. Abdou, Sénégal, vas-y, dis-nous quelque chose. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de la rumeur causée par la diversité?
Merci Eduarda, je ne vais pas demander la parole.
Mais on te l'a donné démocratiquement.
D'accord, donc je la prends. En réalité, je pense que ce que nous cherchons, c'est d'avoir une diversité constructive. Moi, je pense que le bruit, tant que le bruit est constructif, il n'y a pas de problème. Donc, moi, je pense que l'innovation va se trouver dans les dynamiques et dans les processus. Et les dynamiques et les processus se trouvent surtout dans des démarches différentes. Mais ce qui est essentiel, c'est qu'on se comprenne mutuellement, que ce qui se passe au Sénégal soit compris au Cameroun et ailleurs. Et qu'à la fin, nous ayons, après avoir bâti cette compréhension commune, un référentiel, des références communes qui nous permettent de favoriser le développement donc de chacun des pays, mais dans une perspective continentale. Moi, je pense que c'est comment arriver à transformer cette diversité en une opportunité de transformation. Parce que moi, depuis ce matin, j'attendais ce mot. Je pense que les cadres de qualification doivent être pour nous des outils de transformation qualitative de nos systèmes de formation, de nos systèmes économiques. C'est cette dimension. Je pense que ce n'est pas juste un travail bureaucratique, technique, instrumentaliste, où on a des instruments, on a de la bureaucratie, mais je pense que ça doit être réfléchi dans une perspective véritablement de transformation qualitative de nos différents systèmes. Merci.
Senegal, he is from the National Agency of Quality Assurance in Higher Education, and he has been almost in all ACQF peer learning activities from the beginning. Thanks a lot. I think we have more or less reached the end of our first day. Tomorrow we have another rich agenda. And I want just to remind, we start with another session, questions and answers, because we have many questions on the chat box. We are going to look at them and see what is it that we can still bring into the question and answers session tomorrow morning. If you have additional points that you want to share after this first day, please do this. We have this first 30 minutes exactly for that purpose. And then the business becomes very serious, because we go to the country that is one of the cradles of humankind, Ethiopia, isn't it? And Mr. Waldemariam is going to tell us about the recent developments of the Ethiopian National Qualifications Framework. And we look forward. And we have questions already, Mr. Waldemariam, for you. We start at 10. 10, yes. So this will be the first country case. Then we have a very important thematic session on learning outcomes and level descriptors. It is, of course, technical thematic, but with examples, and we try to build a lot on African examples. We have then also another a session on digitalization of certificates and credentials, diplomas. I think it's a very interesting session. It will include the European Union example and Zambia. So ZAQUA e-certificate is going to be presented here, Miriam. Thanks very much. I think it's a very interesting case. We have then the lunch as always, and then complementary sessions in the afternoon. But the most important is that you try to think a little bit about everything that has been discussed on this first day, that you try also to link to your own concerns, as Mike is already doing, or Faustin from DRC is doing also, and Matthias. Link to your own problematic, to your own issues, and use this platform to ask your questions. A lot of knowledge here in this room to help through these 5 days of conversations. So thank you very much, everybody. You have been patient, you have been excellent listeners and very good questions. And again, let's thank Julie Reddy for the inspiring opening speech. Julie has already shared the speech with us, so it will be distributed. And we meet again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Thank you, and rest well. Thank you very much.